Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel and let me know where you are from, also what time is it. No one knew where the house came from. It wasn't there the day before. Every neighbor on Hollow Creek Lane swore to it. It simply appeared overnight, nestled between the Bennett's Blue Victorian and the abandoned lot that had remained untouched for 37 years. A perfect two-story farmhouse. White paint too fresh, shutters too clean, the lawn too green, too perfect. It didn't belong, and the town felt it in their bones. By noon, word had spread faster than gossip at a Sunday potluck. Some said it was a developer's surprise flip. Others thought maybe someone bought the land under the table. But what unsettled them most was that no one had seen or heard a single truck, hammer, or worker. It had been pouring the entire night. Thunder loud enough to rattle windows, yet not a single soul heard a construction crew. And then came the boy. He appeared just as mysteriously as the house. 6 years old, shoeless and soaked pajamas, staring blankly out the attic window like he'd been watching the town long before the house arrived. His pale face framed by the window pane. He never blinked. That night, lights flickered across the neighborhood. Power surges, static on radios, flickering TVs. Phones rang once and stopped. Always at 3:13 a.m. No one answered. But someone should have. Detective Elijah Voss had seen his share of strange. 32 years on the force in the sleepy town of Dredge Hollow. And not once had he needed more than a flashlight, a notepad, and a strong cup of coffee. But the house, it gnawed at his instincts like a rat behind drywall. It wasn't the house itself. It was what it wasn't. No address, no permit, no foundation if you were to believe the county zoning office. It wasn't on the map. It cast a shadow, but somehow didn't reflect in the rearview mirror when you drove past it. The Bennett family had lived next door for 11 years. They refused to look in that direction now. We hear knocking from the walls, whispered Elise Bennett, her voice barely audible, fingers trembling around a chipped mug of tea. Not our walls, their walls, from our side. Her daughter Ava, once a sunny, outspoken teenager, hadn't spoken since the house appeared. She stared at the blank TV screen in the living room all day, mumbling numbers under her breath. Same 3 numbers over and over: 313, 313, 313. On the third night, Voss parked outside the house. No movement. No sound. The attic window was dark. The boy was gone. His cruiser's headlights lit the porch, immaculate, untouched. He stepped out, boots crunching over the unusually pristine gravel drive. The moment he touched the iron gate, something changed. Not outside, inside him. A strange silence fell over the street. Not quiet, absence. The chirping crickets, the distant hum of a television, the rustling trees, all gone. Even the wind held its breath. He stepped through. The porch groaned under his weight, not like aged wood, but as if something below acknowledged his presence. The door, deep mahogany with no knob, swung open slowly on its own. Inside, the air was dense, not with dust or heat, but something heavier, something wrong. The wallpaper shifted when he wasn't looking, breathing ever so slightly. The floor beneath his boots creaked, but never echoed. There were no light switches, yet the chandelier above flickered to life as if acknowledging him. He called out, "Dredge Hollow PD, is anyone here?" No response. He moved through the living room, immaculate furniture, antique portraits that seemed to change expression when viewed from the corner of your eye. He paused near a grandfather clock that read 3:13, its hands unmoving, frozen in time. Every picture frame in the hallway featured the same boy, though his age changed. In some, he was no older than 4, in others, a teenager. In one, he was in uniform, Civil War era or earlier, always staring, always unsmiling, always the same eyes. Voss found a staircase leading to the second floor. Each step whispered secrets, names he didn't recognize. Voices crawled just beneath audible range, like someone whispering behind a locked door. The attic door was ajar. It hadn't been in any photo he remembered, but now that he stood beneath it, the house seemed to lean in, urging him forward. He climbed the narrow steps. It was colder up here, so cold he could see his breath. The air was still, but not stale. It was the kind of cold that clung to you, seeped through your clothes, settled into your marrow. The attic was empty, except it wasn't. There was a single chair by the window, and on the floor, drawn in chalk, a circle of symbols that didn't look like anything Voss had seen before. Language but not. Shapes that hurt to stare at. He found himself blinking rapidly, eyes watering. On the chair, a small, torn teddy bear. Its eyes stitched unevenly, one ear missing. He reached down to touch it. The attic door slammed shut behind him. He turned fast, gun out, breath tight. The room was no longer empty. The boy stood by the window again. Only this time, he blinked. They found Voss's cruiser the next morning, engine still idling, driver's door ajar. His flashlight and notebook rested on the passenger seat. The house, gone. As if it had never been there. The lot was bare again. Mud still fresh, faint tire tracks disappearing into nothing. No one remembered the house anymore, except the Bennett family, and they refused to talk. 6 months later, on the edge of a different town, someone reported a new house appearing on an empty lot overnight. White paint too clean, lawn too green, a boy in the attic window, staring without blinking. The address, 313 Willow Lane. It always starts at 313. And it never ends there. It began again, exactly 6 months and 1 day after the Hollow Creek incident. A forgotten town named Wayward Pines, tucked into a valley no one ever needed to visit unless they were lost or running from something, woke up to find a house that hadn't been there yesterday. Same pristine white paint, same perfect shutters, same untouched steps leading to a door that didn't have a knob, and of course the same attic window, and the boy. Pale skin, dark eyes that didn't quite reflect light, standing motionless behind the glass like a portrait painted in grief. But this time, things were different. The first to notice was Ruby Dalka, the mail carrier. She'd driven the same route for 18 years. Could have done it blindfolded if not for the winding roads and the way the fog clung to the valley in the mornings. She was the one who stopped her van in the middle of Willow Lane, engine humming, a mouth slightly open as she stared at the house, now wedged between the old bookstore and a crumbling post office that hadn't delivered a letter since 1998. She blinked hard, stepped out, and walked to the mailbox out front. It was black, gleaming, with no name. She opened it. Inside was a single envelope, yellowed, with her name written in ink that looked like it had bled onto the paper decades ago. It simply said, "He watches." She left the letter in the box, got back into her van, and drove straight home without finishing her route. By nightfall, her husband had reported her missing, but she wasn't gone. She was standing in her backyard when he went out looking, naked, covered in mud. Her eyes rolled back, so only the whites showed. She was muttering in Romanian, her mother tongue, a language she hadn't spoken aloud since childhood. Her voice cracked and dry. She whispered, "He remembers. He knows your name." Then she collapsed. In the hospital, doctors ran every scan they could. No trauma, no injuries, no explanation. She woke up 2 days later and refused to speak another word. Her gaze remained locked on the ceiling corner of her hospital room, as if something up there waited for her to blink. News spread quickly in Wayward Pines. The house became a point of curiosity, and as with all things strange, people started daring each other to approach it. Teens filmed videos out front. One boy, Carter Ellison, decided to go live on social media from the porch. He laughed, knocked on the door, and shouted, "Hey ghost boy, you home?" The video feed cut out suddenly at 3:13 p.m. The screen turned to static. He was never seen again. The town dismissed it as a prank. His parents screamed at the local sheriff, but no amount of searches yielded results. Dogs wouldn't go near the property. One growled so viciously at the gate that it snapped its own leash and ran into traffic. By day 3, things escalated. All the televisions in the town flickered to life simultaneously at 3:13 a.m., whether they were plugged in or not. Phones rang once, just once, and stopped, and every call trace pointed back to a disconnected line from a hospital that had burned down in 1954. Sheriff Glenn Acker didn't believe in ghosts. He believed in drunk teens and tired workers who let fear make fools of them. But even he couldn't explain how his 6-year-old daughter started talking in her sleep, in a voice that wasn't hers. He recorded it one night, watched through tear-filled eyes as his little girl sat up, stared blankly into the dark, and whispered, "Voss is still inside." But he doesn't remember he's not real anymore. The name Voss wasn't familiar to him. Not yet. It was the old pastor who made the connection. Pastor Ellery Hadley had lived in Wayward Pines longer than anyone else. His legs were nearly useless, and his mind wasn't what it used to be. But when he heard about the boy in the attic, he trembled like a leaf caught in a storm. His nurse said he muttered about the White House for an hour straight, voice trembling with a panic he hadn't shown since his wife died in the early 2000s. He demanded they take him to the town records office. There, with frail fingers, he pulled an ancient file from the back archives. Records from a neighboring town called Dredge Hollow. A missing detective, a family driven mad, a house that vanished. It was too familiar. They never destroy the house, Pastor Hadley said, voice thin as paper. It moves, like a parasite. It needs a place to grow. The house fed on silence, on memories, on guilt. It rooted itself in forgotten towns, soaking in pain like it was sunshine. But the boy, he was something else. Hadley confessed something few knew. In 1943, a house appeared just like this one, not far from where Wayward Pines now sat. He had been a child then, just 6 years old, the same age as the boy. He remembered being pulled toward the attic by whispers in the walls. He remembered opening the door. He remembered the circle on the floor. And he remembered the boy standing there, not looking at him, but through him. The boy had whispered, "We are the same." Hadley never told anyone what happened after, but he bore the scar to prove it. 3 thin lines across his ribs, like a child's fingernails, had dragged across his skin with unnatural strength. That scar had never faded. He believed the house wasn't just a house. It was a memory, fractured and alive, searching for itself across time and space. And the boy wasn't a ghost. The boy was a piece of someone who no longer existed. Sheriff Acker began his own search into Voss. The name returned a single file, an unsolved disappearance tied to a house that had never officially existed. The case was closed quietly. No evidence, no photos, no witnesses, except there was one, Elise Bennett, the woman who had lived next to the original house on Hollow Creek Lane, had been moved to a private care facility after her breakdown. Her daughter Ava remained non-verbal, locked inside her own world. Sheriff Acker made the 4-hour drive to speak with Elise. She was older than expected, hunched, her hands gnarled from arthritis. But her eyes burned with clarity when he mentioned the house. "You've seen it?" she whispered, voice shaking. "Yes, the boy." She hissed and shook her head. "He isn't a boy." "Then what is he?" She looked up, and for the first time in years, she smiled. A sad, haunted smile. "He's the house." Sheriff Acker froze. "What do you mean?" "He builds himself one memory at a time," she said. "Every person who enters adds to the story. Their pain, their guilt, their fear. He uses it like brick and mortar. You don't just enter the house. You feed it." Acker left shaken. When he returned to Wayward Pines, the house was already changing. The paint looked older. One shutter hung loose. The front door, once pristine, now had scratches near the base. Scratch marks like fingernails dragged in desperation. And then they found Carter Ellison's phone, propped against a tree half a mile from the house. The final video hadn't uploaded, but it remained saved to the device. At 3:13, the video showed Carter on the porch, laughing, knocking. The door creaked open. He stepped inside. He didn't scream. He didn't turn back. The phone's camera caught something else, the door shutting by itself. And then, in the attic window, Carter's face appeared. Blank, silent. The same as the boys. That night, everyone in town received a message on their phones. No sender. No timestamp. Just one line. One more room is ready. People began to leave Wayward Pines in droves. Those who stayed reported sleepwalking, hearing voices in their walls, finding chalk symbols under their beds. The local radio station broadcasted nothing but static for 13 minutes every night, always starting at 3:13 a.m. The house hadn't claimed its last soul. It was only getting started, and it remembered every name, especially yours. There's a sound that comes before a memory dies. A sort of hollow, stretched silence, as though the world forgets how to breathe. In the small town of Wayward Pines, that sound came at 3:13 a.m., just after the final echo of the radio's static faded into the walls, and just before the attic door creaked open. No one had seen it happen. No one had touched the door. But it opened. The house had changed again. Now it looked old, very old. Vines coiled up the sides like veins feeding a rotten heart. The roof sagged like it had aged decades overnight. The porch boards curled at the ends, sun-bleached and brittle. Windows, once clear and polished, were now fogged over with something from the inside. Smudges that looked like handprints. Small ones, many of them. And that attic window, still there, still framed by white shutters, though now one hung at a crooked angle, swinging in a wind no one felt. But the boy was gone. No one stood at the window anymore. The silence felt deeper now. It was Sheriff Acker who made the choice. After seeing Carter Ellison's face in the attic, after hearing Ruby Dalka whisper foreign curses in her sleep, after waking up to find his daughter standing at the foot of his bed with mud caked under her nails and blank eyes, staring straight through him. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. He packed his flashlight, his sidearm, a digital recorder, and a pocket Bible he hadn't touched in years. He left a note on his desk: "If I don't come back, don't follow me." It was the longest walk of his life. The gate to the house opened by itself with a soft, metallic groan. It hadn't done that before. The porch didn't creak beneath his boots. It sighed. The wood shifted as though adjusting its spine. The front door stood open this time, waiting. No resistance, no tricks, no slamming shut like with Voss. It welcomed him. Inside was darker than he expected. Not pitch black, but dim like twilight in a dream, like a place between night and morning that never really existed. Dust hung in the air, but it didn't move. It floated, frozen, waiting for breath. Every step Acker took echoed too loudly. Like the house was made of something thinner than wood, something hollow. The walls pulsed with the low hum of voices, but none were speaking. They were remembering. Photos lined the walls, just like in Dredge Hollow. But now, they weren't only of the boy. There were others. Carter Ellison, Ruby Dalka, Elise Bennett, even Ava, the silent daughter who never spoke again. And there, tucked into a frame so cracked it looked ready to crumble, Detective Elijah Voss. His badge number was etched beneath in black ink. The faces didn't smile. They didn't blink. They just watched. Acker reached the staircase and paused. The second floor was darker. The air was colder. He could feel it in his teeth. Each step creaked like it wanted to scream. The walls here were closer, almost squeezing in, as though the house didn't like being climbed. He reached the hallway. More photos. More faces. But one door stood open at the end, the attic. The air changed. It wasn't just colder now. It was wrong. Too heavy to breathe, too still to trust. And the symbols, they were back. Chalk lines drawn across the floor, the walls, even the ceiling. But now they glowed faintly, pulsing with a slow rhythm, like a heartbeat. They weren't random. They formed something. A pattern. A cage, maybe. Or a doorway. He entered the attic. The temperature dropped instantly. He could see his breath billowing out like fog. The floor groaned under him, but he kept moving, drawn toward the window where the boy had always stood. The chair was there again. The teddy bear. The circle. He stepped inside it. That's when the attic changed. The walls stretched away, impossibly far. The ceiling disappeared. The window faded into mist. He wasn't in the house anymore. He was somewhere else, or nowhere. A place between. A room without edges, filled with shadows that whispered and moved without sound. And in front of him, not 5 feet away, stood the boy, no longer at the window. Here, present, he looked exactly as he had in every photo, 6 years old, dark hair, eyes too wide, face expressionless. But something was wrong. His mouth opened slowly, too slowly as though unused to movement. And when he spoke, it wasn't a child's voice. It was a chorus. Male, female, old, young. All layered into one terrible harmony. You remembered me. Acker couldn't speak, couldn't move. You brought me back. Back from where? He finally choked out. The boy tilted his head, blinked slowly. I never left. You did. All of you. You left me here to rot. What are you? Acker asked, more to keep from shaking than from wanting an answer. The boy stepped forward. The circle around Acker began to pulse. The symbols flickered. I was never a boy, the voice said. I was a door. To where? To your guilt. The shadows around them thickened. Faces emerged. Blurry, disjointed, screaming without sound. Voss was among them, his mouth open in a silent wail. Eyes wild and empty. You see us now, the boy said. You carry us already. Acker looked down. His skin was cracking. Not from cold. From memories. His own. His daughter in the hospital. His wife's funeral. A girl who drowned when he was 16. Names he never said out loud. Secrets he buried so deep, he forgot they were real. The boy reached forward and touched his chest, and Acker screamed. Not in pain. In recognition. He remembered something he never should have forgotten. The attic, the house, the boy. It wasn't feeding on others. It had started with him. He had been there before. Not as a sheriff. As a child. 6 years old. And he had opened the attic door first. He had met the boy in a house long since swallowed by time. And he had left him there. You promised you'd stay, the boy whispered, softer now. But you left, and I grew alone. The attic pulsed. The shadows swirled. And suddenly Acker was back in the room, really back. The house stood still around him. Dust moved. Light crept through the cracks in the wood. But he wasn't alone. The boy stood beside him. This time, no circle, no chair. Just the two of them. I won't be forgotten again, the boy said, and then he stepped forward, into Acker. The sheriff dropped to his knees, gasping, clawing at his chest. His eyes flickered white, then black, then silence. When he rose, he smiled. A slow, unnatural smile. He walked out of the house, and the attic door closed behind him. The next day, the house was gone. Wayward pines woke up to nothing but a barren lot, scorched earth where perfect grass had once grown. The gate was twisted. The mailbox melted. Sheriff Acker never returned. But a new boy was seen standing outside the town library. 6 years old, no shoes, blank eyes. Just watching, waiting. And somewhere, far away, a new house appeared. It always starts at 3:13. But this time the boy walks with you. There are some memories that return without warning, like splinters working their way to the surface of your skin, long after the wound has healed. For Anna Voss, the memory arrived on a Tuesday morning with the sun bright in the sky and the birds chirping like they were trying to drown out something darker. She hadn't thought of her father in nearly 5 years, not since the day he disappeared in Dredge Hollow. Not really. The police gave her a file, a cardboard box of his belongings, and more condolences than answers. But grief has a strange way of becoming background noise. Until something shifts. That morning, Anna awoke to the sound of static. Her phone was turned off, her laptop closed, her TV unplugged. But the sound was real, thick, crackling through the room as if a storm had curled up beside her bed. She sat up with a gasp, heart pounding. The sound stopped immediately, like it had been waiting for her to notice. And then she saw the paper. It had been slid under her apartment door. A single, yellowed envelope. No stamp, no return address. Her name scrawled in handwriting that looked like it had been etched with bone. Inside, a photo. A house. White, pristine. Familiar in a way that made her stomach twist. On the back of the photo, 3 numbers written in red ink, 313. She dropped it. Her chest tightened with something she didn't yet have words for. That same day, she called in sick to work and began digging through the box the police had given her 5 years ago. Dust had settled over it like a shroud. Inside, everything smelled faintly of his cologne, mingled with something bitter, like damp paper or moldy earth. She pulled out her father's old notebook. Inside were scribbled notes, half-drawn symbols, sketches of a house that looked different in every page, but somehow remained the same. Sometimes it was a cabin, sometimes a mansion, sometimes just a shack with a single window. But always, there was an attic. And in that attic, a child stood alone, staring through the glass. A note was paper-clipped to the final page. If you're reading this, I didn't make it back. Don't go near the house. Don't try to remember. It only gets stronger when you do. She froze. Her mouth went dry. Because she did remember. Not just from his notes, from herself. A sliver of childhood, long ignored, resurfaced like something dead floating in water. She'd drawn that house once, hadn't she? In first grade, during art class. Her teacher had called her parents because she wouldn't stop crying while she painted. Her picture had shown a white house with a child in the attic window. The same child she'd told them was living in her dreams. That night, Anna didn't sleep. She sat by her living room window and waited for something to happen. At exactly 3:13 a.m., her television turned itself on. White noise, static, then a voice, soft, fragile, like a whisper through old radio speakers. "You left me too." She screamed and ripped the plug from the socket, but the TV didn't turn off. The static grew louder, louder, until a face began to take shape through the snow. A child's face. The eyes weren't right. Too big, too dark. They didn't blink. The next day, Anna drove to Wayward Pines. It was nearly abandoned. Shops shuttered, windows boarded up. The air felt heavy, like the whole town was holding its breath. A stray cat followed her as she walked through the streets, meowing softly, always stopping just short of following her shadow. She found the lot easily. It was empty now. Dead grass, blackened soil, nothing left. But she knew, the house had been here. She could feel it like a phantom limb. Her father had been here too. She could almost hear him, his voice, rough and tired, warning her don't go near the house. But she wasn't near it anymore. She was inside it. She didn't remember walking forward. Didn't remember stepping over the burned grass. But the moment the thought crossed her mind, she was standing in the attic, same room from the sketches. Same circle of symbols, now smeared and fading. Same teddy bear, torn and missing an eye. The window looked out over a town that no longer existed, and then she saw him. Not the boy. Her father. He stood at the edge of the room, eyes sunken. Skin pale like paper stretched too thin. He didn't speak. Just looked at her with such grief, such sorrow, she wanted to scream. But she couldn't. Her mouth wouldn't open. He stepped forward, hands trembling. He mouthed something. "It's not too late." She tried to reach him. But the floor vanished beneath her, the attic dissolving into shadow, and the whispers began. Hundreds of voices all murmuring over one another. Her name, her thoughts, her fears, all of it laid bare. And above them all, one voice rose. "The boy, you are the door." She didn't understand. "Your father opened it. You left it ajar. Now you must choose." She saw flashes. Sheriff Acker's smile twisting into something inhuman. Carter Ellison standing in the attic window. Ruby Dalka eyes rolled back, whispering in tongues. The house feeding on them, using them, becoming them. And now it wanted her. Not to destroy, to remember. Because once you remembered the house, you never really left it. It carried you. In your mind, in your dreams, in your blood, it became you. And the boy, that silent figure in the attic, he was never separate. He was the house. He was the memories no one wanted to face. He was the pain no one could bury. Anna fell to her knees inside the attic, breath shallow. She didn't know how to escape, or if she even wanted to. Her father had tried to stop it, tried to hide it from her, but she was already too far in. The boy appeared beside her, barefoot, eyes blank. "You can close the door," he said. "How?" she asked, voice raw. "Forget me." She hesitated. "You have to forget me." Her heart cracked. He sounded so lonely. "I can't," she whispered. The attic vanished again. Anna woke in her car, parked at the edge of the old lot. There was no house, no static, just the wind. But something had changed. She no longer remembered her father's face. She tried, but it kept slipping through her mind like water through fingers. She screamed in frustration, pounding the steering wheel. Her memory of the house had been taken, or maybe given. Because somewhere far away, a new child woke up in the middle of the night, eyes wide, blank, and began drawing a house that didn't exist yesterday. Dredge Hollow hadn't seen a building permit in over a decade. Yet something was being built deep in the woods north of the old rail line, a place locals called the Black Row. There were no roads leading to it, no signs posted, no workers spotted coming in or out. Yet if you stood just right on the ridge above the tree line and stared long enough between the pines, you'd see something white taking shape between the shadows. Clean siding, sharp corners, window frames too symmetrical to be nature's doing. The worst part, every day you looked, there'd be more of it. No one talked about it aloud, not in diners, not over fences. They felt it, a pressure, a whisper caught in the folds of silence. The feeling of being watched, not from afar, but from behind. Even the birds avoided that side of the forest. They flew in wide arcs around the clearing, refusing to land on branches that bent toward the build site like brittle fingers pointing inward. But someone had gone in. Wade Mercer, 19 years old, dropout, known for tagging old train cars with spray paint and spending more time in detention than in class, had boasted about it one night behind the gas station. Said he heard rumors about a ghost house in the woods. Said he'd seen it himself. Told his friends he was going to sneak in and spend the night inside. Live, stream it, he joked, sipping on a stolen energy drink. If the devil eats me, at least I'll get views. They found his phone 5 days later, propped up against a log just beyond the tree line. The video file was corrupted, just static for over an hour. But for exactly one frame, less than a second, there was a flash of something else. A white wall, a child-sized handprint smeared in red, and a face in the window. No one recognized the face at first. It wasn't Wade's, but someone posted the image online, and a few hours later, a woman from Wayward Pines replied. That's the boy, from the attic. Back in Dredge Hollow, the town librarian, Miriam Kuhn, had begun noticing something strange in the archives. Files were being rearranged, photos missing, old zoning blueprints removed from locked drawers. At first, she suspected some bored teenager breaking in at night, but the security footage showed no one entering, no doors opening, just the room growing darker on its own around 3:13 a.m., once, twice, 3 nights in a row. And always a single whisper caught on the audio feed. Build me. She didn't tell anyone. She didn't want to seem unstable. But then she found the sketches in her own notebook, drawings she didn't remember making. Detailed floor plans, wall dimensions, attic measurements, even the symbols. She hadn't seen those symbols in years. Not since the night she'd visited her dying grandmother at the assisted living facility. And the old woman had screamed at her, clawed at her face, and yelled, "Don't go in the attic, Mimi! He'll copy your soul!" Miriam had been 6 then. Now she traced the symbols with shaking fingers and realized she'd drawn them perfectly. Every line precise, every curve accurate. As if her hands knew something her brain had forgotten. Something was taking shape in the forest. It wasn't just a house anymore. It was replication. Each day, the structure grew. Trees around it leaned unnaturally, like they were being pulled closer. Roots uprooted. Animals vanished. Trail cameras set up by hunters started glitching out, batteries dying within hours. Those who tried to approach grew disoriented, walking in circles, claiming the woods rearranged themselves. One man, Brent Tully, said he saw an attic window floating mid-air between the trees, unattached to anything, and a child's face watching him through it. When he tried to move toward it, he woke up hours later with dried blood beneath his nose and a broken wrist. No sign of how it happened. He moved away the next day, and then came the knockings. 3 short raps, always in threes, at front doors, bedroom closets, bathroom mirrors. Sometimes it was just the sound. Other times people answered and vanished. Deputy Marla Jensen was the first official to take it seriously. She'd been part of the investigation into Detective Voss's disappearance all those years ago. Something about it had never sat right. The way his cruiser was still running, the way the ground where the house had stood was scorched in a perfect square. The way Elise Bennett had told her. Eyes wide and unblinking, he's building again. Marla hadn't believed it then. But now, looking through Wade Mercer's video file, staring at that frame with the child's blank face, she felt something she hadn't felt since Voss vanished. Recognition. She'd seen that child before, in an old photograph in the evidence locker, one from a house fire in 1921, a boy aged 6, whose body had never been recovered. The fire had destroyed the entire building, leaving only a scorched attic floor. The boy had been locked up there by a stepfather who claimed he was possessed by something. The last thing the man reportedly heard before the fire consumed the house was his stepson singing a lullaby no one recognized in a voice that didn't sound like his own. The fire burned blue. Witnesses claimed it never gave off heat, just light. That boy's name, Elijah. Marla flipped through the files again. Detective Elijah Voss. Same name, no relation. Or so she had thought. She visited the site herself. Brought a gun. Brought backup. Brought a radio. They never followed her in. Something about the woods pushed them back. Some kind of instinct kicked in. Some primal part of the brain that screamed, "Don't go near it." Marla pressed forward alone. She passed trees with strange carvings in their trunks. Symbols half familiar, half wrong. As if someone tried to remember an ancient language from memory. Birds didn't sing. Insects didn't hum. The woods held their breath. Then she saw it. The house, nearly complete. The attic window gleamed in the sunlight, but the rest of the building seemed to flicker slightly, like a mirage. She stepped closer, heart pounding. Every step made her remember things she didn't want to. Mistakes she'd buried, lies she'd told. Her father's final words before the car crash. The child she hadn't kept. The bullet she never meant to fire. The house brought it all up. "You are the door." The words came from nowhere and everywhere. And in the window she saw her reflection. Only it wasn't hers. It was the boy's. But with her eyes, she ran. Back through the forest, not looking back. But the worst part, she couldn't remember how she got out. Only that she had something in her pocket when she reached her car. A single piece of paper. A new floor plan. Her house. With an attic. And the words scribbled in red across the bottom, "One more room is ready." Dredge Hollow didn't see another building permit filed, but blueprints began appearing in people's homes. Taped to fridges. Stuffed into mailboxes. Slipped under pillows. Always different. Always personalized. Always with an attic. The boy wasn't just building anymore. He was spreading. Not like a haunting, like a memory. One that remembered you, even if you tried to forget it. And now you've seen it too. The white paint. The attic window. The child with no name. So tell me, do you remember the knock? 3 times. Always at 3:13. Always followed by silence. Until you answer. And then, he builds another room. Inside you. They found her wandering barefoot down Route 12, just outside the ruins of the old Langdon Bridge, clothes soaked in something that wasn't water, eyes wide with the kind of emptiness that belongs only to the broken. Her name was Mira Kells, last seen 3 months ago, declared missing by her older brother after she vanished from their shared apartment. A hiker stumbled upon her at dawn, arms wrapped tight around her chest as though holding something in. When he asked if she was okay, she whispered a single sentence that froze him cold: "The attic door doesn't close when someone remembers." Mira shouldn't be alive. That much was clear when they brought her to County General. She didn't eat, didn't sleep. Her vitals fluctuated like she was caught between fever and hypothermia. No bruises, no injuries. But her hair was turning white in streaks, and her fingernails had grown jagged, curling ever so slightly inward, like claws. She only spoke when no one was watching, soft conversations with corners of the room, with cracks in the tile, with reflections that didn't quite match her movements. At first, they thought she was delusional. Trauma can twist the mind into believing impossible things. But then the phones in the psych ward began to ring at 3:13 a.m. Only once. No caller ID. Just static on the other end. And breathing. Mira smiled every time it happened, the way a prisoner smiles when they hear footsteps outside their cell. She was waiting. Detective Alina Marrow was called in, a reluctant specialist in cases with no neat endings. Her desk was a cemetery of unsolved files. Voss, Acker, Mercer, all names now lost in whispers. She didn't believe in curses or evil houses. But she believed in patterns, and Mira Kells fit the pattern too perfectly to ignore. The first thing Mira said to her was, "You brought the house with you." Elena froze. She'd told no one about the photograph she found on her windshield the day before. A photo of a white house with a face in the attic window that almost looked like hers, only younger. She hadn't told anyone about waking up at 3:13 a.m. 3 nights in a row to find her hallway lights on and every photo in her home turned face down. Mira's voice trembled as she added, "He's learning to copy faster now." Elena needed answers, so she pressed. But what Mira told her wasn't an answer. It was a fracture. She didn't remember how she entered the house, only that she had been dreaming about it for weeks. At first, it came in flashes, an attic window, a humming noise, a melody she used to know but couldn't name. Then came the dreams of rooms rearranging, doors multiplying. Each night, the house grew more detailed, more familiar, and then, one morning, she woke up not in her bed, but on the first floor of the house. She remembered the sound of her feet on the wood, too soft to be real, like the floorboards were pretending to creak. The walls pulsed slightly, like breathing. The furniture didn't look dusty, it looked staged, like props from a memory that didn't belong to her. And at the center of the house, she found a door. Not the attic, something else, something lower. The basement. It hadn't existed in the other accounts. No one had ever mentioned a basement before. But Mira swore she descended a staircase, so long it made her feel like she was sinking through time itself. And at the bottom, she found what should never have been seen. A mirror, just one, 7 feet tall. Covered in cloth, a string of red thread tied around its frame. It spoke, not with sound, but with memory. As she approached, her head filled with voices, not hers, but others. She saw Voss, eyes wide, muttering numbers. She saw Carter Ellison, tearing at his own face in the attic, trying to peel away something that clung to his skin. She saw Acker grinning with teeth that weren't his. And then she saw herself, not as she was, but as she might be, standing at the attic window, mouth open in a silent scream, forever watching. "The house doesn't kill you," Mira had said, leaning forward to whisper so closely Alina could feel the cold breath on her neck. "It keeps you, pieces of you. It builds with what's left." Alina pressed further, asked how she got out. Mira's smile faded. "I didn't," she said. "He let me go." "Why?" That's when Mira looked up, and for the first time, Alina saw something else in her expression. Pity. Because I brought something back. They didn't know what she meant. Not then, but it became clear soon after. The hospital cameras started glitching. Mira's room temperature dropped nightly between 3:13 and 3:16 a.m., despite no changes to the thermostat. Visitors began reporting headaches, nausea, and déjà vu. One nurse, Jacelyn Reeves, quit after walking in to find Mira standing on the ceiling. Not hovering, standing. Like gravity had flipped for her alone. But most terrifying of all was what began appearing on Mira's hospital walls. Drawings. Child-like. Crude. First of a White House. Then of a boy in an attic window. Then of faces, dozens, maybe hundreds. All expressionless. All with eyes scratched out. Each morning the staff painted over them. Each night they came back. One day a new drawing appeared. It was of the hospital. The very room Mira was in. And there in the window a new face. It was Elena's. Elena knew she couldn't run from it. Not anymore. The house, or whatever force powered it, didn't need doors to enter. It used memory, thought, fear. She'd already seen the patterns repeat across too many towns. It followed those who remembered. Fed on unresolved guilt. And it always began with the attic, but ended somewhere deeper. So she went to the forest. Back to the place Mira had described in her dreams. She followed no path, just instinct. A pull in her chest like a magnet buried under the roots, and there it was. No foundation, no signs of construction, just a house, already complete, white, perfect, and waiting. She stepped inside. The air folded around her like a coffin. The silence pressed against her ears until she could hear her own heartbeat. Photos lined the hallway. She braced herself to see familiar faces, but she didn't expect all of them to be hers. Each photo showed her at different points in her life, laughing, crying, angry, terrified. Each time, the background changed. And always, there was a window behind her. A single attic window. The house hadn't just followed her, it had watched her, documented her, prepared for her. She walked up the stairs, each step slower than the last. The attic door was already open. Inside stood Mira Kells, but not the Mira from the hospital. This one smiled. Too wide. Too calm. And when she turned, Alina saw the truth. This wasn't Mira. It never had been. This was the piece the boy had released. A fragment. A lure. Bait. Mira was gone. The girl who had walked out of the house 3 months ago had never truly left. Alina stepped back. But the attic was gone. The stairs were gone. Only the mirror remained now, its cloth cover lifting slowly, like a curtain at the end of a show no one survived. Her own face stared back at her, but it was blinking out of sync. Smiling when she wasn't. She tried to look away, tried to forget, but you can't forget a house once you've stepped inside. You carry it. It builds inside you, with every guilt, every regret, every part of you you'd rather bury. And Alina knew she wasn't walking out, but someone else would, wearing her face. Larchwood had always been a quiet place, tucked deep into the folds of forgotten hills. It was the sort of town where clocks ticked louder than conversations, and everyone knew everyone. But no one ever really asked anything. It was safer that way, safer to smile politely, wave across porches, and pretend the shadows didn't move when no one was looking. So when Alina Marrow arrived, clean clothes, tired eyes, a subtle scar beneath her lip no one remembered her having, no one asked where she'd been. They just nodded and watched. She moved into the old Avery cottage at the corner of Dellinger Street. The home had been vacant for nearly 2 years, but now it looked fresh, repaired overnight, new shutters, a clean coat of white paint. The grass trimmed like someone had been caring for it all along. The realtor said she'd paid in cash. No one knew from where, but again, no one asked. Larchwood was polite like that. The children were the first to notice. A boy named Felix, age 8, told his mother that the new lady's attic light was always on, even during the day. He said he saw her standing up there sometimes, not moving, just staring through the window like she was frozen. But when his mother glanced up, the window was empty. No light. No face. She scolded him gently and told him not to make up stories. The next morning, he was gone. No broken window. No sign of struggle. Just his shoes left on the front porch, toes pointing inward. Inside the cottage, Elena sat at her dining table, staring at a piece of paper. Blueprints. Hand-drawn. Her own house. With a new addition. An attic above the attic. One that didn't exist. Yet, she smiled. Not because she was happy, but because it was working. Elena, or the version of her that had returned, was no longer simply carrying the house. She was the house. At least, a part of it, a room given shape and skin. And like all rooms in a living structure, she had a purpose. To build, to expand, to open new doors. It began slowly. The neighbor across the street, Mrs. Dunley, a widow known for her daily crossword puzzles and overly sweet lemonade, began hearing knocks at 3:13 a.m. Always 3. Always soft. She told her friend it must be the wind. But the next night, she answered the door. She didn't vanish. Not exactly. But the next morning, she was different. She smiled too much. Poured lemonade for guests who never arrived. And when asked about her late husband, she said he was upstairs sleeping. Mrs. Dunley never had an upstairs. But now, there was an attic window on her roof. New. Bright. Too clean. Like it hadn't existed the day before. People noticed, but said nothing. Until the windows spread. Each week, another house. Each week, another window. Each one a little higher. A little wider. And always the same white curtains fluttering behind the glass, even when the wind stood still. Larchwood didn't sleep well anymore. Lights flickered. Dogs whined at corners. Mirrors showed things just a second too late. Phones rang once, then stopped. Static interrupted baby monitors, even when unplugged, and every night at 3:13. Someone would look up and swear they saw a child's face peering from an attic that hadn't been there yesterday. Pastor Hale was the first to break the silence. He'd been in Larchwood for 27 years, preached fire and forgiveness in equal measure, and never once believed in ghosts. But the girl, the woman pretending to be Elena, terrified him. He visited her once, shortly after she moved in. Said it was for a welcome chat. She greeted him kindly. Too kindly. Her eyes were wrong. They moved like they were searching him for cracks. He asked if she went to church. She smiled. I've been to every one. He asked if she believed in God. She tilted her head. He stopped believing in me. He didn't ask anything else. He left without finishing his coffee and began drafting a sermon about false prophets and silent wars. He planned to preach it Sunday. He never made it to the pulpit. That Saturday, he was found kneeling in his front yard, hands pressed together, face tilted skyward, eyes missing, no blood, just gone. And behind him, on the roof of his modest home, an attic window had appeared. The curtains parted slowly, and something watched. The town hall called an emergency meeting. 15 people showed up. Too few for the size of the problem, but enough for whispers to turn to words. The mayor, Judith Lang, shook as she spoke. She lived 2 doors down from Elena, and she hadn't slept in days. My daughter, she said, voice trembling. She says she dreams of an attic. Not ours. Not anyone's. Just the attic. She paused. She said there's a door in there, and behind it is every bad thing she's ever done. Things she's never told anyone. Things she forgot. Her voice cracked. She's 5. The room went quiet. Then Tom Bramble, owner of the hardware store, stood. His eyes were sunken, his skin pale. She came into my shop yesterday, he said. Elena, Tom nodded. She asked for nails. But not just any. Hand-forged iron nails. The old kind. The kind used for sealing caskets. A murmur rippled. She said she was building a room that couldn't be opened from the inside. Someone laughed, too sharp, too high. It stopped quickly. No one else spoke, but they all thought the same thing. We let her in. That night, every attic window in Larchwood lit up at the same time. 3:13 a.m. Some households didn't even have attics before. Now they did. Some claimed to see movement behind the curtains. Some heard music, soft lullabies, sung in a voice just on the edge of memory. Others woke to find their own faces missing from photos, replaced by a child with blank eyes. And one by one, the town began to fracture, not with screams, but with silence. People stopped going outside. Shops closed early. No one answered knocks anymore, because everyone had heard it by now. 3 taps, always soft, always patient, and always at 3:13. Elena walked Larchwood daily. She never drove, never carried a phone, but she always carried a roll of paper beneath her arm. Blueprints. They changed daily, new structures, new rooms, more attics, more windows. She'd stop at each home and stare for a moment, eyes scanning rooftops, searching for something. Then she'd smile and walk on. Every now and then, someone would go missing, and the next day, their house would have a new floor, a new staircase, and a new face in the attic window. Elena never spoke of it. She didn't need to, because she wasn't just a woman anymore. She was a builder, a spreader, a walking attic, and the houses was winning. One evening, she stood at the edge of town, where the dirt road became forest, and the forest bent around something not yet there. She whispered to the trees, "You can come now. They're ready." And somewhere, far beyond the hills, in another forgotten town, a boy in a faded photograph blinked for the first time in decades. He turned. He smiled. And in a neighborhood that had never known fear, an attic window appeared. There is a question older than fear. What waits behind the door? Not just any door, but the one that was never meant to be found, let alone opened. In the attic of the house that doesn't belong, there is such a door, and until now, no one had reached it. Most who climbed the stairs vanished. Some stayed behind the window watching. Others became blueprints. But one made it through. His name was Jude Caro. He wasn't a believer in anything that couldn't be measured. A contractor by trade, he'd spent his life restoring old buildings, repairing forgotten walls, decoding structures with stories baked into their foundations. He had an eye for flawed symmetry, could spot the wrong weight, bearing beam with a single glance. And that's what haunted him when he saw the cottage in Larchwood. Elena's house. It was perfect, too perfect. Measured to dimensions that didn't obey any known logic, angles that felt off but weren't. His gut screamed that it wasn't just wrong, it was designed to hide something. He should have walked away. But something in him whispered otherwise. He started having dreams, first vague, then vivid, of white hallways with doors that breathed, of attics with too many corners, and always, the boy in the window. Never moving, never blinking, just watching. So Jude returned, not to fix anything, but to open what wasn't meant to be opened. The attic steps groaned like they were breathing through teeth. The air grew colder with each step, the kind of cold that didn't touch the skin. It bit the soul. Jude carried only a flashlight and a small carpenter's hammer. He believed in tools, even in places where logic fell apart. And that attic, when he reached it, did fall apart. The geometry of the space hurt his head. The corners weren't corners. They folded in ways that twisted perception. The floor was solid, but felt hollow. A window let in moonlight even though the sky was pitch black. And there, at the far end of the room, half swallowed by shadow, was the door. It looked unremarkable, plain wood, iron hinges, a handle wrapped in cloth, bound tightly with red twine. But the moment he looked at it, he remembered things he had forgotten. His sister's funeral, the crash that took his father, the lie he told to keep his mother sane. The door fed him his own memories, not like poison, but like gravity, pulling, demanding. Every part of him wanted to run. Every part of him wanted to know. He reached out. His fingers brushed the twine. It screamed, not with sound, but with everything. A wave of grief so raw it knocked him backward. His ears rang, his vision blurred. But he didn't stop. He stood, breathing hard, and whispered the one truth no one had dared say aloud. You're not just a house, and the door whispered back, "No, I'm all of them." He pulled the twine, the cloth unraveled, and the door opened. It didn't swing open or creak. It simply wasn't closed anymore. And on the other side was not a room, it was outside. But not any outside he knew. He stepped through, and the attic vanished. The walls gone. The sky above him black and endless, peppered with pinprick stars that blinked in rhythm like eyes. He stood on something solid, though it shifted underfoot like sand. All around him were doors, floating, suspended midair, some closed, some open. Through one, he saw the Bennett family years ago, huddled in their living room while whispers slid through the walls. Through another, the Ellison boy stared at his own reflection, carving something into his face with a fork. Another door revealed Alina, or what had replaced her, feeding blueprints into a fireplace that didn't burn. This place wasn't a space. It was a record. The house didn't contain rooms. It remembered them, and this was where it kept them. A pocket between worlds, a vault of suffering, and something was coming. He felt it before he saw it. The cold grew worse. The stars flickered out. The doors began to close one by one, like shutters before a storm. Then, from the darkness, it stepped forward, a child, no older than 6, same as always, but wrong. This boy had no face. Just smooth skin, pale and seamless. And when it turned its head, it wasn't turning to look. It was turning to choose. Jude didn't run. He couldn't. The boy stepped closer, each footfall silent, but echoing in his bones. Then it spoke. "You saw what wasn't yours." Jude gritted his teeth. "I've seen worse." "No," the boy said. "You've forgotten worse." And suddenly Jude remembered. A house from childhood. A cousin who disappeared. A door his parents never spoke of. A window with curtains that moved when no one was home. He remembered finding a blueprint in his backpack when he was 10. He remembered drawing the attic before he ever knew what an attic was. He wasn't just someone who found the house. He had escaped it once, and now he was being called back. "You ran," the boy whispered. "So now you build." "I won't," Jude said. The boy tilted his head. "You already are." And the floor cracked beneath him. He fell. Not through space, through memory. Each second brought him crashing through his own life in reverse. College, high school, his mother's breakdown, his father's hands shaking with pills, his childhood nights screaming about the boy in the window. And then he landed. Back in the attic, breathless, sweating, hammer in hand. But now, the attic was different. It wasn't Lena's house, it was his. His old home. The one that had burned down when he was 12. He stood in a room that no longer existed, staring at a door that should never have been real, and behind it something was knocking. 3 times. 3:13 a.m. He turned, reached for the attic ladder, but it was gone. There was only the door now, and behind it his own voice, calling for help, begging, weeping. He stepped forward, trembling. He placed his hand on the knob, and suddenly, it stopped. The knocking, the voice, all of it. Silence, then a whisper, "You choose." And the door melted away, replaced by a mirror. Just like mirrors, just like the one in the basement that no one else ever found. And in it, he saw himself. Not as he was, as he would become. Blank-eyed, smiling, standing in an attic, watching. He smashed the mirror with the hammer, screamed as it shattered, and woke up in a hospital bed. It had been 3 weeks. Jude's body was found collapsed outside Elena's cottage. He had no memory of leaving, but the blueprint he had drawn was tucked into his jacket, not of Elena's house, of his, updated, expanded, with an attic that hadn't existed before. He didn't speak for days. When he finally did, his first words were, "I broke the mirror," but the reflection stayed. The nurses didn't understand. But one night, while changing his IV, a nurse leaned in and asked him, "What did you see?" And he whispered, voice shaking, "He's building again. But now, he's letting us help." She asked who he was, and Jude, with tears in his eyes, replied, "The first room. The first memory. The thing we all tried to forget." That night, in the wing where Jude slept, every window gained a reflection, not of the rooms inside, but of an attic. White curtains, a child's face, and on the hospital floor, in chalk lines that weren't there yesterday, a new circle had been drawn. The symbols were different, more precise, more complete, as if someone, somewhere, had finally finished the blueprint. And the house, whatever it was, had been waiting. The story was never about a haunted place. It was never about ghosts. It was about memory. The parts we lock away, the guilt we ignore, the pain we bury so deep we forget we're carrying it. But the house doesn't forget. It collects. It builds. And it waits for you to remember. Because once you do, the door opens, and you're home. The town of Heroic stood high in the mountains, shrouded in a constant veil of mist that never fully lifted. Wind howled through the pines like a warning, and the mountains cast long shadows that lingered well after the sun should have burned them away. People there lived quiet lives, isolated, suspicious of strangers. Some said it was the cold that kept them distant. Others knew better. They had stories passed down like family heirlooms. Stories about the woods, about forgotten things, about a house that never should have been built. But most of all, they spoke of the boy. Nathaniel Birch was born at 3:13 a.m. under a blood moon. His mother, Sarah, swore she heard knocking just as the contractions peaked. 3 slow raps on the window. Even though she lived on the 3rd floor of the clinic and no wind was blowing, the doctor dismissed it. She was exhausted, delusional. But Sarah never forgot, because when they placed the baby in her arms, his eyes were already open, wide, unblinking, and he wasn't crying. He was watching. Nathaniel didn't behave like other children. He spoke late, but when he did, his first words weren't mama or dada. They were "The attic has a door now." He said it casually while drawing a perfect blueprint in crayon. Lines too straight, dimensions too specific, symbols far too advanced for a child who had barely turned 3. Sarah kept the drawing, folded it up, locked it in a drawer. But the next morning, it was back on the refrigerator. Different this time, more detailed. A new room had been added. The drawings never stopped. He drew them at school, at church, in the dirt with sticks. He never looked at the pages he drew, only at whoever was watching. And each time, the house grew bigger. By age 5, he started talking in his sleep, whispering numbers, names, phrases no child should know the first room remembers. Pain is the blueprint. The boy is almost finished. The local priest was called in. He claimed the child was gifted, or cursed, that he was a vessel of something ancient trying to shape itself through flesh. He didn't last long. A week later, he drove off the edge of Pines Hollow and was never seen again. The brakes on his car were never found. Sarah tried to move. She packed their things, burned the drawings, deleted the photos. They left at night without telling anyone. She drove 3 towns over to a place called Mill Creek and rented a cabin in the woods. But that night, just after midnight, Nathaniel walked out of his room and said, "You can't run from a house you're carrying." She found the blueprint taped to the window. Their new home, with an attic that hadn't been there yesterday. The town took notice. Children began murmuring strange things in school. One boy recited a list of names during math class. Each name belonged to someone who had died in fires over the past 70 years. Another drew a perfect replica of a house no one had seen, only for an old woman in the back of the room to faint. She claimed it was the home she grew up in, one that burned to the ground in 1952. The drawings spread. Each one signed in the corner with the same symbol, a circle of teeth. When the local librarian started cataloging the drawings, she noticed something terrifying. Each new blueprint didn't just show the house. They showed the town. Heroic, piece by piece, was being absorbed. Structures that never existed were appearing in the sketches. Attics where no attics belonged. Windows facing the wrong direction. And always, That same child's face in the top corner, watching. She tried to report it, but her house burned down that night. The fire department said it was an electrical fault. Her body was found curled near the attic. There had never been an attic. Until now. Nathaniel stopped speaking altogether on his 7th birthday. He just sat at the window, staring, watching. Occasionally, he would hum a tune no one recognized, something soft and slow, like a lullaby sung backward. His mother, now pale and withdrawn, aged well beyond her years, no longer fought it. She cooked, she cleaned, and she kept the lights on in every room, because the dark was moving now. Shadows flickered in corners when no one stood near them. Whispers curled through the vents at night. Things knocked 3 times from inside closets and under beds. And the dreams everyone in town started having the same ones. They dreamed of a hallway, white, silent, stretching longer than possible. On either side were doors. Some were open, some were locked, some were bleeding, and at the end, the attic door. Every night, they got closer. Every night, the boy was there, but it wasn't Nathaniel anymore. It was older, hollow, smiling with someone else's teeth. One woman, desperate to break the pattern, tried to confront Sarah. She stormed into their home, brandishing a cross and muttering scriptures. But when she saw the boy, she dropped the cross, fell to her knees, and wept. She said she saw her husband standing behind Nathaniel. Her husband had died in 2006, and he was smiling. The next day, she walked into the lake and didn't come back up. Her home, once windowless at the top, now had a dormer, a clean white frame, with a curtain that moved without wind. It was the mayor who finally organized a meeting. Every able-bodied adult in Heroic came, crammed into the old church basement. They debated calling the state, the church, anyone. But who do you call when your town is being rewritten? One man said it plainly, it's the boy. But Sarah was already there. She stood silently in the back, hands folded, eyes hollow. Nathaniel wasn't with her. She looked at them like a ghost among corpses. It's not the boy, she said softly. He's just the architect. They stared. She continued. He remembers everything we've forgotten. He builds what we buried. The house isn't coming. She paused. It's already here. Gasps. Shouts. But then, the lights went out. Not flickered. Vanished. Pitch black. Then 3 knocks. Somewhere above them everyone froze. Because the basement never had an attic. Until now. When the lights returned, Sarah was gone. And taped to the podium where the mayor had stood was a new drawing. The town hall, expanded. Taller. A new floor added. The attic window above it drawn in red, with one sentence scribbled beneath, "This is how we remember." That night, the people of Heroic stopped sleeping. The knockings never stopped. Every room began to feel like a room inside something else. A deeper house. A living memory made of guilt and whispers. And in every reflection they saw him. Not always as a boy. Sometimes as themselves. Sometimes as someone they lost. But always in the attic. Always watching. And Nathaniel? He hadn't spoken in months. But one morning, his mother found him gone, the attic door ajar. Dusty footprints on the ceiling, and a single note left on his bed. Written in crayon, "The house is finished. Time to let them in." For most of Heroic, sleep was no longer a nightly ritual. It was a risk, because sleep meant dreams, and dreams meant doors, and doors meant waking up in rooms that had never existed before the night began. By now, almost every house bore the mark, an attic window that had no place in the blueprints, no anchor in real architecture. The curtains were always white, always drawn halfway, and if you stared long enough, you'd see the silhouette of someone, something, behind it. That's when people started whispering about sealing the doors. The first to act was Caleb Thorne, a carpenter by trade, a skeptic by reputation. He had built half the porches in town and never once believed in curses, ghosts, or things that fed on dreams. But when his daughter began sleepwalking and whispering about the boy with no eyelids, he didn't hesitate. He bolted shut the attic door in his home. boarded over it with 3 layers of oak, then covered it with a bookcase. He even scattered salt along the corners of the ceiling and recited every prayer he remembered from his childhood. It held for 3 days. On the 4th night, his daughter vanished from her bed. There was no sign of forced entry, no open windows, just her sheets pulled back neatly and a single handprint on the wall above her pillow. Too small to be Caleb's, too warped to be hers. The attic window in their house had changed the next morning. It was cracked open. A curtain moved. Something inside was breathing. Caleb burned the bookcase, then the door, then the entire room. He screamed until his voice failed, dragged what was left of the frame into the backyard, poured gasoline, and watched it burn to ash. The neighbors called it madness, but they weren't sleeping either. They heard things too, and deep down, they knew he wasn't mad. He was too late. Mayor Lang gathered what remained of Harrowick's leadership in the town's abandoned schoolhouse. It was the only public building that hadn't yet grown an attic, though the windows had started shifting slightly every night, as if waiting for their permission. "We have to seal the doors," she said, hollow-eyed. "All of them. Anything that opens. Anything that leads upward." Reverend Morris, who hadn't delivered a full sermon in weeks, nodded solemnly. "It's not just the attics anymore. They're in the walls. They're between." No one asked who they were. They didn't have to. Everyone had seen them now. Thin shadows in reflections. Quick blurs in peripheral vision. Faces that didn't match the mouths. Voices coming from cracks in the floorboards. The town was becoming something else. A map redrawn with every remembered fear. And the boy, Nathaniel, he hadn't returned, but his blueprints had. New ones, appearing daily, nailed to doors, slipped under pillows, even tattooed onto one man's chest in his sleep. All the new diagrams showed the same thing, the walls being peeled open. They called it the ceiling. Over the next 5 nights, every able body in Harrowick worked together. Doors were boarded, attic ladders dismantled, windows blacked out, rooms filled with cement. People stopped speaking aloud about what they saw and started moving on instinct, like a town preparing for war. But there was a problem. For every room they sealed, another opened. A staircase where no staircase had been. A basement in a second-floor apartment. A dumbwaiter that led nowhere, but came back filled with dirt-covered shoes. Children began humming songs no one taught them. Old songs, wrong songs. Tunes that made dogs cry and clocks stop ticking. And behind the walls, something scraped. Reverend Morris was the first to act on a darker idea. "If sealing doesn't work," he whispered to the mayor, "maybe it's time we unseal what's already inside. Maybe the house is a wound. Maybe it's festered because we keep trying to ignore it." They debated all night, then chose the unthinkable. It was Morris who volunteered to go in. The old Remley house at the edge of town had always been strange, long before Nathaniel was born. Before any stories of a house that moved through memory. It was said to be built in 1896 by a man who vanished mid-construction. It was never sold, never finished. But now its attic was glowing faintly at night. The one with the sharpest breath. The window everyone avoided. Morris entered at midnight, armed with a lantern and a prayer book so old its pages stuck together. The town waited outside. No one followed him in. He didn't come out. But at 3:13 a.m. the attic window opened. No light, just shadow. And a whisper so loud it filled every ear in town. "Even those still sleeping, thank you." The next morning, the Remley house was gone. Not destroyed, not burned, just gone. In its place was a field of tall, pale grass. No footprints, no soil disturbance. But every blade of grass was leaning inward, toward an invisible center. And above that field, if you stood very still, you could see something shimmer. A shape, a roofline, a window, faint like a ghost on glass. And inside that window, Reverend Morris, mouth wide, eyes hollow, smiling. The townspeople stopped trying to seal the rooms after that. They realized the walls weren't the problem. They were the protection. It was the house that was trying to unseal them. It was using the doors, the blueprints, the dreams. It was cracking through what little safety they had left. And Nathaniel, he was never the architect. He was just the tool. The real builder was older, much older, built from the regrets people buried, the lies they told themselves. The attic was never above, it was within. And now the boy had opened enough doors, the house had learned to walk. The final sign came when the mountain shifted. A tremor, too small to be an earthquake, but deep, felt in the bones. It lasted 13 seconds. Every window in Harrowit cracked, but none shattered. And then the knocking stopped, just silence, for a day. Then, too, people started breathing again, slowly, until one woman, Sarah, the boy's mother, walked into the center of town. No shoes, no coat. A blueprint stitched into her skin, blood still seeping from the lines. She fell to her knees and whispered one word unsealed. Then she died, not violently, but emptied. Her eyes turned to glass. Her skin became cold stone, and the wind carried her last breath toward the woods, where the trees had started to lean. The townspeople didn't know what to do, because how do you fight a house that isn't a place? How do you run from a room that lives behind your ribs? How do you forget something that's been inside your family's memory for generations? It wasn't haunting them anymore. It was becoming them. Each cough felt like dust, each blink slower than the last, and now even their shadows didn't match. In some homes, reflections no longer mirrored. You'd smile, they wouldn't. And when the mirror smiled back without you, that's when you knew the attic door had already opened. From the inside, his name was Jonah Ellis, and he was the only child in Harrowit who had never drawn the house. Not once. While the others sketched the attic and the stairs and the long hallways that curved into themselves, Jonah's papers remained blank. When he held crayons, they snapped. When given pencils, the tips shattered. His teachers said it was defiance. His mother thought it was trauma. But Jonah knew the truth, and he kept it locked behind his teeth like a secret too sharp to speak. Because he hadn't drawn the house, because he remembered it already. He didn't remember the way dreams remember. The soft, warped kind that fades with morning. He remembered in full color. He remembered how cold the brass handle was when he opened the door. He remembered the hum of the light bulb above the stairwell, always flickering, always buzzing like it knew too much. He remembered the sound of breathing behind the walls, not sighs, breaths, slow, measured. Way Jonah didn't draw because he didn't need to. The blueprints were already inside him, and the house hated him for it. Unlike the other children, Jonah never spoke of the boy in the window. He spoke of something behind him, something taller, thinner, a figure made of doorframes and dust, its face a rotating mirror that never showed the same thing twice. Sometimes it was Jonah. Sometimes it was his mother. Sometimes it was people he didn't know, people who cried without sound. He called it the architect behind the architect. And he said it wasn't finished yet. He told no one this, of course, only his reflection. Every night before bed, he would press his forehead to the mirror and whisper, "I know what you are." Sometimes the mirror whispered back, but never with words, with images, visions, diagrams that appeared in his mind with perfect clarity, spiral staircases with no center, elevators that went sideways, doors within teeth. He tried to tell his mother once, but she slapped him, not out of anger, out of terror. She had drawn the house once too, when she was little, and she remembered what came after. By now, Harrowit was less a town and more a waiting room. People moved slower, spoke softer, walked like the ground was fragile. Windows watched. Walls murmured. Nothing had attacked in weeks, but that made it worse. The quiet was too heavy, too long. It felt like breath held in a dead man's lungs. And everyone knew what was coming. They were only waiting for the next door to open. But Jonah wasn't. He was searching. He began walking the edges of town alone. dragging a stick through the dirt. His eyes searched for something he couldn't name. He skipped school. He stopped eating. He stopped sleeping. One night, his mother found him standing on the kitchen counter, staring into the ceiling light as if it were a sun. When she asked him what he was doing, he whispered, "There's a room that even the house forgot." And then, without blinking, he said, "I'm going to find it." The next day, the mayor's office was found empty. The door had been locked from the inside. The window bolted shut, but her shoes were still at the desk, and the carpet held 2 footprints leading toward the wall. Not away, into. And next to those prints was a single word, carved deep into the wood in a child's shaky hand, Jonah. He didn't deny it. When asked, he simply said, "She went to the blueprint's edge." No one knew what it meant, except maybe one. An old man named Griggs, who had survived the fire of '74 and claimed the house had tried to build itself in Harrowwick before, but failed, came forward. He said there was a way to break the cycle, a room that predated the house, a space beyond its memory, a hidden chamber in the original blueprint. He called it the negative room, a room made not from wood or time, but from everything the house refused to hold. Unfinished thoughts, half-formed guilt, fear too faint to bloom. He said that if Jonah found it, he could hide the town inside it. Just long enough, just until the house forgot them. But the cost, you'll have to give it what it wants first, Griggs warned. Jonah only nodded, because he already knew. That night, Jonah walked to the old church ruins, where the floor still bore the burn marks of vanished sermons and scorched hymns. He knelt at the altar, not to pray, to listen. The house was quieter here, but it listened back, and beneath the broken tiles Jonah found a door, not large, not ornate, a trapdoor carved into stone. The symbol etched into it was one he had drawn with his finger into countless foggy windows, 3 teeth in a circle. It opened without force, and below, only dark, but not the dark of absence, the dark of waiting. The staircase was narrow, more like a spine than a hall. Jonah descended for what felt like hours. There were no sounds, no drips of water, no echoes. Just the soft crunch of dust beneath his shoes, and the growing certainty that he was walking through memory, not stone. At the bottom there was a hallway. At the end, a door, and on it, a mirror. But not just any mirror, his mirror, from his bedroom, the one he had whispered to. He looked into it, and saw not himself, but the room behind him, not the one he had walked through, the one he had forgotten, a nursery, a crib, a mobile spinning in slow, impossible reverse, and a shadow cradling something that wailed in a voice that broke the air. The shadow turned. It was him, older, taller, smiling. The door opened, and Jonah stepped through. They found him in the center of town the next morning, standing, unmoving. His eyes were open but empty. His mouth shaped a word no one could hear. And around him, the buildings were different. Not changed. Corrected. The windows were back to normal. The attics gone. Reflections matched again. Jonah collapsed, and in his hand was a rolled piece of parchment, a new blueprint. The final one. The negative room had been built, and the house. It was gone. Or so they thought. Until someone checked their mirror that night and saw a boy watching them. Not Jonah. Not the architect. Someone else. Someone new. Because the house may have lost its memory, but it had just started remembering again. He doesn't have a name. Not one that anyone gave him. No birth certificate. No mother whispering lullabies. No photos in a dusty album. And yet, he exists. He stands behind the mirrors of Harrowwick. In the second it takes your reflection to catch up. You never see him move. He doesn't blink. But if you ever find yourself standing a little too long in front of your own eyes, and your chest tightens without reason, it's because he's there, watching, measuring, learning how to be you. He remembers everything, not like a child recalling moments from a favorite story, but like something far older, remembering itself in pieces. Rooms, names, pain. He remembers Jonah Ellis, remembers the spiral staircase of the negative room, remembers the attic that cracked its teeth on the silence of too many secrets. He remembers Mira and Voss, and the girl with no name who opened the first door. But most of all, he remembers being forgotten. Because that's how he was born. The boy in the mirror didn't crawl into the house. He was built in it, made from the fragments people leave behind when they scrub memories clean. An echo of mistakes no one dares speak aloud. He is what you abandon when you pretend you were never scared. And now he is ready. The mirrors across Harrowick began to fog. Not from breath, from something on the other side. It started subtle. A streak here, a fingerprint that wasn't yours. A moment where the angle of the reflection didn't quite line up. But soon people stopped looking into mirrors altogether. They covered them with sheets, turned them to the walls, smashed them outright. But even then, the feeling didn't go away that someone was staring at them. Not from behind, not from afar, from inside. And when they dreamed, they saw him clearly, not behind glass, not standing in rooms, but walking toward them, out of the mirror, like it was just another door. One woman, Talia Green, made the mistake of confronting her reflection. She stared into it for hours, determined not to blink, determined to prove she was in control. But after the third hour, her reflection smiled. She didn't. Then it tilted its head. She didn't move. Then it reached toward the glass. She stepped back, but her reflection didn't. It leaned forward, pressing its hand to the inside of the mirror, and mouthed something she couldn't hear. She wrote it down, letter by letter. You have room for one more. That night, her house vanished, but her mirror was found, leaning against the woods, and in it she stood smiling, waving, with the boy next to her, smiling too. No one knew where the boy came from. They assumed he was born from the house, like a splinter or a seed. But the truth was worse. He wasn't born, he was made. Not by the architect, not by the house, by us. Every lie we told to avoid guilt. Every moment we looked into a mirror and denied what we saw. Every time we forgot who we used to be. He grew in those cracks. He collected our leftovers and stitched himself a soul. And now, he didn't want to be in the mirror anymore. He wanted to be here. He started small, little shifts. A child's reflection moving half a second too slow. A dog growling at a hallway mirror. A man's shaving reflection smiling after he'd already turned away. Then came the replacements. A girl named Iris stopped coming to school. Her parents said she was sick, but the child in their family photos had changed. Same dress, same hair, different eyes. Too wide, too dark, no whites, just the void. And in every photo, her reflection was slightly off, head tilted in impossible angles, mouth frozen in that same uncanny grin. When neighbors asked, the family swore she was normal. Then they, too, stopped answering their door, and their windows fogged over permanently. A week later, their house was found empty, but their mirrors, each one had them inside. Still waving, still smiling, with the boy beside them. Every time, Jonah knew. Even before others began to whisper about the strange things returning, he felt it. The negative room had cracked. Not because the house had failed, but because the boy had never been part of the house. He was the removal, the thing not drawn, not spoken. He was the thing the house forgot to forget. Jonah knew the mistake wasn't closing the doors. It was thinking the doors were real at all. They had sealed the attic. They had ignored the blueprints. They had buried the house in silence. But mirrors had never been part of the house's design, which meant they were his. Jonah began to search, not for the boy, but for the origin. He retraced the lines from his old dreams, the hallways, the spirals, the stairs, and deep beneath the school's basement, behind a wall that hadn't existed last week, he found it. A mirror, but not like the others. This one was breathing. Its surface pulsed faintly, like a sleeping chest. He stepped toward it, slowly, and saw the boy not older, not younger, but clearer. His skin was pale, but not empty. His eyes were Jonah's. And Jonah understood. They hadn't been two people. They'd been two outcomes. The boy in the mirror was what he would have become if he hadn't remembered. If he'd drawn the house. If he'd let the blueprint own him. The boy smiled, and this time so did Jonah, not in peace, in defiance. He raised his hand and touched the glass. The boy mirrored him. Their fingers aligned. Then Jonah whispered, "You're not the only one who remembers." The mirror cracked, not shattered, cracked. Like the first line in a frozen lake before it breaks open. And from within, the boy's smile faltered. Because Jonah had brought something with him. A room, one not drawn, one not built. A space made entirely of unspoken truths, not guilt, not fear, but truth. The one thing the boy couldn't wear. And as the mirror splintered, the boy reached out, but Jonah stepped back and spoke the final word, "No." Across Harrowick, mirrors screamed. Every surface shattered. Every reflection turned to smoke, and the boy, gone, not dead, not destroyed, but forgotten again, until someone remembers. Until someone says, "That wasn't me in the mirror." Until someone draws another door. But for now, the glass is quiet, and behind it, only yourself, unless you linger too long, before Harrowick, before Wayward Pines, before Dredge Hollow, and the Remley House, and the negative room, and every last haunted whisper curled behind an attic wall. There was silence. That's what Dr. Eleanor Brandt believed. Not silence in sound, but in record. A silence carefully placed, like pages torn from the first chapters of a book everyone fears to finish. She wasn't from Harrowick, nor had she ever drawn the house. But when the photographs arrived at her doorstep, black and white, edges frayed, faces marked out in ink, she knew something ancient had returned. The photos bore a seal she hadn't seen in any known archive, a circle of teeth, arranged like numbers on a clock. And behind every smiling face, whether posed in front of a farmhouse or beside a Victorian manor, was the same faint shape, a second window, always higher than the roof allowed, always just out of focus. And sometimes someone was watching. Dr. Brandt was no stranger to myth. She'd studied folklore, charted haunted settlements, even published a thesis on the architectural symbolism of spiritual intrusion. But these photographs were different. They weren't art. They weren't made. They were taken. And the buildings, every one of them, was a variation of the house. Same bone, white siding. Same impossible symmetry. Same attic window. Only these were dated decades before any known incident. One was marked 1871. Another bore a postmark from 1834. And one, barely legible, was labeled Salem, 1692. She thought it was a hoax, until the phone calls began. They always came at 3:13 a.m. A ring, a pause, a soft static hum, then a whisper, never in English, not in any language she recognized. But the message sank deeper than speech. It made her hands shake. It made the teeth in her skull feel loose, like they were being counted. And then the blueprints came, folded into her mail, slipped under her door, sent by no one, each one older than the last. Designs inked by candlelight, smudged with fingerprints, corners torn as though something had tried to bite through paper. The first design was for a single room, no doors, no windows, just a trap. The next bore the outline of stairs, then a door, then always the attic. The last one she received was dated 1215, drawn in charcoal. The words beneath it were in Latin. She translated it slowly, carefully. Domus ex memoria, a house made of memory. Dr. Brandt knew she had to find the source. Every record led her to dead ends, burnt buildings, vanished towns. Places wiped from maps, names lost from registries. And yet the pattern continued. Vanishing children, shifting architecture, whispers in the dark. She visited a crumbling monastery in rural France, where monks once sealed a library wing beneath stone after one of their brothers built a door to his own sins. She found the door. It was carved with the symbol, not in paint, in teeth. She left that night and didn't sleep for 3 days. Because her dreams were filled with rooms she'd never entered and corridors that bent around her name. And every time she turned a corner, there was a mirror, and in it a version of her still reading, always smiling. Her final clue came from a child's diary found beneath a collapsed schoolhouse in Wales. The journal was mostly blank, except for one page. In childish handwriting, it read, "He built a house with my thoughts. Now I can't think unless he allows it." Below the sentence, drawn in shaky crayon, was a perfect floor plan of her apartment, her current apartment, including the coffee mug she had dropped the night before and hadn't cleaned up yet. Dr. Brandt dropped the diary and ran. But the next morning, her front door had a peephole that hadn't existed before. And when she looked through it, she saw her own back standing in the hallway. But she hadn't left the room. She began to write everything down. Not for safety, but for proof. Proof that the house didn't begin in Harrowwick. It didn't begin at all. It was never built. It grew. Every time someone lied to themselves. Every time a sin was buried. Every time someone stared into a mirror and looked away from what they saw. The house added a new room. And the boy, he wasn't the only one. She discovered entries in the margins of older blueprints, names of other children. One named Lucas in 1432, another named Inars in 1765. Their names crossed out, their photos blurred. But the common note scrawled beside each first reflections. She realized then, the boy in the mirror wasn't a singular entity. He was a role, a function, the first face, a host to build trust in those who watched. And when the watchers remembered him, he built through them. Dr. Brandt stared at the cracked mirror in her hallway and finally asked aloud, "Which one was mine?" And the mirror answered. It didn't speak. It simply showed her house. Ground larger, the windows wider, the attic now watching her back, and in the highest window, a girl, wearing her grandmother's scarf, eyes like her own, mouth sewn shut. She remembered the story her grandmother once told, about a dollhouse she was forbidden to touch, and a cousin who vanished after peering into its attic. The story she dismissed, the one she forgot. Until now, she understood. The house didn't haunt generations. It passed them along, like keys, like inheritance, like a debt. She fled, tried to board a flight to another country. But her name triggered a hold. The system had flagged her for duplicate residence. When she asked what that meant, the agent showed her the screen. Her name, her face, her address, all correct. But the record was over 100 years old, stamped and approved. Same face, same name, same address. When she asked who had entered it, the screen glitched and flashed 3 words: "Room already built." She didn't go home after that. She couldn't. The blueprint had reached her. The house had sketched her bones into its foundation. She was just another corridor now, another stairwell in the dark. But still, she refused to let it spread again without a warning. That's why she mailed the photographs, the blueprints, the diary pages, to a single address in Harrowwick, a name that the mirror told her before it cracked: Jonah Ellis. Because he was the only one who had walked out without building behind him. And if anyone could understand the message hidden beneath centuries of dust and guilt, it was the boy who never needed to draw the house, because he remembered it before it was ever shown. Jonah Ellis knew the house hadn't stopped. It had only gone quiet, and quiet wasn't safety. Quiet was waiting. The kind of stillness that sinks into a room before it floods. The hush in a parent's voice just before they admit they've lost something they can't replace. He felt it every morning now. Not in the air, not in the mirrors or the creaking stairs or the twitching light bulbs, but inside himself. Like a room in his chest had been unlocked in the night. He didn't remember opening it, but something had definitely stepped in. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. No return address, no stamp. Just his name on a yellowed envelope, inside photographs, architectural sketches, pages from old journals, and at the bottom of the pile, a note in tight, frantic handwriting: "They didn't build it, we did. Every one of us. And we're still building it every time we try to forget." Signed, Dr. Eleanor Brandt. Jonah didn't know who she was, but the mirror in the hallway did. Because that night, when he passed it in the dark, the reflection wasn't his. It was hers, eyes wide, mouth open, screaming, but silent. Behind her, a door creaked, and the attic light turned on. He stayed up all night reading. The house didn't begin in Harrowick. It had always been here. Not as a structure, but as an idea. A template that unfolded wherever it was remembered. Every lie added a nail. Every denial laid brick. Every secret, especially the ones we kept from ourselves, added a room, and guilt. That was the foundation. Jonah traced his fingers over the earliest blueprint, the one dated 1215. The ink had faded to a smudge, but the design was unmistakable. A central room, no exits. Surrounding it, layers and layers of corridors, each looping back on itself. A prison made from memory. And at the top, a single square labeled speculum. The Latin word for mirror. He leaned back, pulse rising. The attic wasn't just where the house watched. It was where it remembered itself. And the mirror wasn't a tool. It was a mouth. Jonah walked the perimeter of town before dawn, watching the mist rise off rooftops that still bore the scars of last year's terror. Shattered attics sealed over with tarps. Windows permanently blacked out. But it wasn't gone. Just unseen. The first real sign came outside the abandoned library. A door had appeared where there had only been brick. No handle. No hinges. Just a rectangle of black wood, seamless in the stone wall, and etched at eye level, faint but legible, were 3 words, "Still building you." He touched it, felt warmth, and behind it a hum, low, rhythmic, like a distant heartbeat waiting to sync with his. He pulled his hand away and ran, but he already knew. This time, the house wasn't arriving through rooms. It was coming through people. He tried to warn the others. The town had grown distant. Most stayed inside, too numb from what they'd lived through to ask questions. But a few still remembered. Mrs. Lang, the former mayor, now a recluse. Caleb Thorne, who burned half his house to escape a door that refused to stay sealed. And Marla, once the sheriff's deputy, now a survivor with scars on her back shaped like keys. They gathered in the basement of the old church, same as they had last year. This time Jonah brought the blueprints. He showed them the notes, the evidence, the records of places that never made the news. He showed them how every town followed the same pattern. A child, a house, a mirror, then silence, until the next place remembered. Marla whispered, "So it's not cursed." "No," Jonah said. "It's welcomed." The room grew still, because that was the twist none of them had seen coming. The house never forced itself into being. It waited for us to ask it in. It fed on unresolved guilt like a flame fed on oxygen. The more you buried, the stronger it became. It didn't need haunted walls or crooked staircases. It just needed you to look away from the things that had always been there. The house didn't come for you. You built it inside yourself first. Later that night, Jonah dreamed. He was in the attic again, but it was his attic now. Old childhood toys. Dusty boxes. The scent of mildew and wood rot. But at the far end, a new door. One he didn't recognize. It pulsed with light behind the cracks, like someone had lit a fire just beyond it. And on the floor before it, another blueprint. This one not drawn in ink. Scratched into the wood, with fingernails. He leaned closer and saw a word repeated again and again around the edges of the design. INVE. He woke in a sweat. The word burned behind his eyes like it had been branded. And the mirror. It was fogged over. But not from steam. From breath. On the inside, he tried to leave town. Packed a bag. Got in the car, drove for hours. But every sign he passed was the same. Harrowick 9 miles. Harrowick 7 miles. Harrowick 3 miles. No matter which direction he took, he returned to the same road. The house had grown beyond location. It had become an echo that folded time and geography like paper. He couldn't leave. Because he wasn't supposed to. He was the last one still unsealed. He hadn't built his room yet. And the house wasn't complete without him. That night, the mirror cracked. Not from impact. From inside. Lines webbed outward from the center, like veins searching for a heartbeat, and in the center, he saw himself, not as he was, but as he would be, older, hollow-eyed, smiling with someone else's teeth, wearing a carpenter's apron, blueprints sticking from the pockets. Behind him, a row of doors, all open, each leading to a room with no exit. And the figure whispered, "You were always going to help me finish." Jonah didn't run. Not this time. He lit candles, set the blueprints in a circle, took the mirror off the wall and placed it in the center, and waited. At 3:13 a.m., the wind outside stopped. The hum returned. The air turned thick with something unseen, like 1,000 invisible eyes pressing against the glass of the world. And Jonah said, clearly, "Without trembling I see you." The mirror shivered. The lights flickered, and the house, the one in the memory of every survivor, in the guilt of every town, in the silence between breaths, paused. Because no one had ever said those words before. They'd begged, denied, wept, forgotten, but never acknowledged. And for the first time, the house hesitated. Jonah took the hammer from the toolbox beneath his bed, and he did what no one else had tried. He smashed the mirror, piece by piece, until only dust remained, and behind it there was nothing. No door, no reflection, no window, just drywall, just normalcy. A room with no memory. He swept up the shards, burned the blueprints, and whispered to the silence, "No more rooms." It didn't answer, but it didn't need to. The house had been built by those who refused to face themselves. But Jonah had, and in doing so, he had taken away its hammer, its nails, its power. At least, for now. Because somewhere, someone else is already forgetting. Someone else is burying a secret so deep it starts to rot. And the house, it knows, it's patient. And when that person glances into the mirror and sees a door behind them that wasn't there yesterday, the blueprints will return. The attic will light up, and another room will begin to take shape. Because the house doesn't hunt you, you invite it. Every time you lie to the mirror, it began with a letter wrapped in aged twine and sealed in blood-colored wax. No return address, just a single name stamped where the postage should have been Adler. Mara Adler had never heard of the town mentioned inside. Renmore, population 204. Nestled between hills and forgetfulness, but the property was hers, inherited through a bloodline she thought had gone extinct with her grandmother's last breath. The deed was legal, notarized, archived deep in a courthouse no one had updated in 70 years. There were no taxes owed, no conditions. Just one line handwritten at the bottom of the last page: "The house remembers you, even if you've forgotten it." Mara didn't believe in ghosts. She didn't believe in family, either, not after being passed from home to home through a system that treated her like a name in a file. Still, something in the curl of those letters, in the scent of mold and ink, and smoke that clung to the paper, made her pack her bags and drive 3 states east without telling anyone where she was going. She arrived at dusk. Renmore wasn't on most maps. The trees surrounding it pressed close, leaning in like listeners afraid to speak. The streets curved strangely, buildings faced the wrong direction, and everyone looked just a few inches left of her when she asked for directions. But they all knew where the house was. No one said its name. They just pointed. The house sat at the edge of town, on a sloped piece of land where the wind never touched the grass. Its bones were old, but the white paint gleamed like new snow. Shutters hung straight. The porch hadn't warped, and the attic window glowed with a soft light, though no one had turned it on. Mara didn't have a key. She didn't need one. The door swung open before she knocked, and the air inside was warm, like breath held too long. Her footsteps echoed unnaturally on the floorboards, louder, slower, as if the house was listening. She wandered room to room, each one already furnished. Old furniture, family furniture. A rocking chair she'd seen in a dream when she was 13. A kitchen table with a burn mark in the shape of a child's hand. A hallway lined with portraits. No faces. Just outlines. Shadows. But the names beneath them, her name. Again and again. M. Adler. M. Adler. M. Adler. Different years. Different styles. All her. But she had never lived here. She had never even heard of this place. Until now. That night, she slept in the attic. She didn't mean to. She went up to explore, drawn by a creaking noise that sounded suspiciously like a rocking chair, moving when there was no wind. But when she stepped into the room, she felt something shift. The air folded around her like a blanket. She blinked once, and then woke up hours later in the chair, a blanket draped over her, dust in her mouth. Someone had tucked her in. The attic had changed. There were toys in one corner, a cracked mirror, a blueprint on the floor, drawn in charcoal, curling at the edges. She picked it up slowly, hands shaking. It was a design for this house, but different, deeper. Beneath the attic were new floors, basements below basements, circles of rooms labeled not with functions but emotions, grief, regret, shame, burial. And in the center, one small square with her name etched in it, final room M. Adler. She dropped the paper and ran. But when she got to the door, it wouldn't open. Not locked, just gone. The front door had vanished, replaced by a solid wall, as if it had never been there, and the floor beneath her feet pulsed. Once, like a heartbeat. The town wouldn't help. They acted like she didn't exist. Stores closed when she approached. Phones disconnected. Windows drew their own curtains. She tried walking out on foot, but every road curved wrong, leading her back to the house. Always the house. Always waiting. On the fifth night, she saw the boy. Not in the attic window. In the mirror. Standing behind her as she brushed her teeth. Smiling. Holding the blueprint she had burned hours earlier in the fireplace. She turned. No one was there. But the mirror stayed fogged, and the shape never left. She tried covering it, smashing it. The next day, the same mirror was back on the wall. Perfect. Waiting, the dreams returned. Not hers, others. She lived fragments of their memories while she slept. Elise Bennett holding her breath in a closet while something whispered her name. Detective Voss screaming through a wall that had no other side. Ruby Dalka floating above her bed, mouth moving, no sound. She woke gasping, clawing at her chest, convinced she had never been alone. Not truly. And when she passed the attic stairs, they were different. Longer, colder, like they were growing, reaching downward instead of up. One morning, Mara found a new room in the house. It wasn't there before, she was sure. A door at the end of the hall, painted black, its knob made of bone. Inside, rows of shelves, hundreds of blueprints, each with a name, each one crossed out, except one. Hers, unmarked, still unfinished. A line at the bottom read awaiting final memory. She dropped the paper and backed away. But a whisper followed her out, soft, curious. "What will you give me to leave?" She didn't answer. Didn't have to. Because she remembered something. A moment she had buried years ago. The night her mother died. The lie she told the nurses. The choice she made. She hadn't thought of it in years. Hadn't allowed herself to. But now the memory came rushing back. Hot. Full. Crushing. And behind her the door clicked. As if satisfied. As if fed. She returned to the attic. The mirror was no longer cracked. It was alive. Her reflection wasn't copying her anymore. It was watching. Waiting. Smiling. And behind it, the house grew taller. She could see more rooms now. New doors. New people. All versions of herself. And in the center a child. Building. Still building. And she finally understood. The house hadn't been waiting for her to arrive. It had been waiting for her to remember. Because the final room was never in the blueprints. It was always in her. She was the invitation. She was the seal. And now that the memory was unlocked, the house was complete. The next morning, Remore woke to find the property gone. Not destroyed. Just gone. Replaced by a field. But the trees leaned inward. The ground still hummed. And in the window of the old church across town, someone saw a face. A woman. Sitting in a rocking chair. smiling through glass that reflected no light. She wasn't waving. She was watching. And in her lap, folded neatly, was a blueprint with no name, just a heading. Next. They arrived just after first light, hard hats in hand, boots crunching over gravel that hadn't been touched in decades. 5 of them, all professionals, all seasoned in the art of tearing things down. But none of them had seen a house like this. It wasn't large. It wasn't grand. It looked more like something forgotten. 2 stories, a crooked porch, windows smeared with dust and time. The paint had peeled down to gray flesh. Vines choked the sides like the house had been strangled in its sleep. Still, it stood, like it was waiting to be remembered. The job was straightforward demolition, full teardown, foundation to rafters. A property group had purchased the land sight unseen, eager to build a storage facility. Clear it out in a week, they were told. But the blueprints sent to the team didn't match the structure. According to the diagrams, the house had only 1 floor, no attic, no basement, just a simple box. What stood before them was taller, wider, older than it had any right to be. Dan, the foreman, squinted at the roofline. Looks like someone added on a 2nd story after the fact, he muttered. Not on the records, though. It was never on the records. Because the house wasn't built. It grew. They began with the porch, ripping up rotten planks, prying nails from the swollen wood. But as soon as they cleared a section, the boards seemed to sag back into place overnight. They thought it was the moisture. Maybe the tools weren't working. But by the 3rd day, they realized the damage they caused was quietly reversing while they slept. The boards nailed themselves. The broken railing stood whole again in the morning. And a stair they tore out on Tuesday had returned by Wednesday, its grain freshly sanded as though someone had finished the job for them. By Thursday, Miguel, the youngest, refused to go inside. He'd taken photos the night before. A wallpapered room, a fireplace, nothing unusual. But when he looked at the images on his phone the next morning, the photos had changed. The room was still there, but he wasn't. Someone else stood in his place. Taller, wearing his clothes. Head turned toward the camera, face blurred but smiling. "I never smiled in there," he said. "I didn't even look at the lens." No one believed him. Until the same thing happened to Riley. The inside was worse. Hallways that didn't exist the day before. A door at the end of the kitchen that led to a staircase spiraling down into pitch. The crew dropped glow sticks, tied ropes around themselves, and tried to map the layout. But every descent led them back to the same living room they'd started in. The floor plan shifted when they blinked, and the attic, they swore there wasn't one, until Jason, the electrician, looked up through the ceiling during a light fixture replacement and found eyes staring back at him. He fell off the ladder, snapped his wrist. The eyes blinked, not in fear. In recognition, they tried quitting. Phones lost signal. Vehicles stalled. Dan's truck, which had run perfectly the night before, was found the next morning with vines curled through the engine, wrapping around each gear like fingers in a fist. They called for help. The radio screamed static. Riley suggested walking out on foot, but when she reached the main road, it looped her back to the house in minutes. "We're in a loop," she said. "Or a trap." "No," said Miguel, pale as ash. "We're on the blueprint." He held up a crumpled page he'd found stuffed behind the bathroom mirror. It showed 5 rooms, 5 names, their names. Each room labeled with something they hadn't shared aloud. Grief, debt, abandonment, shame, guilt. Dan's name was written above the largest room. And beside it, etched faintly into the margins, was a date that hadn't happened yet. 3 days from now, and beside that, a single word, buried. Sleep became impossible. Dreams bled into waking. Jason wandered the halls at night, whispering to someone who wasn't there. Riley found him drawing blueprints on the walls with charcoal, each one more detailed than the last. When she confronted him, he turned to her and said, "I'm almost done. Just need one more room." The one where I watched and did nothing. He didn't remember saying it later. But the room had appeared, just as he described it, and inside was a mirror, cracked, smiling, with someone almost like Jason staring back. They tried burning the house, gathered kerosene, lit matches, set flames to every corner. It should have gone up like dry leaves, but the fire refused to touch the walls. It danced around the beams, reflected itself in the windows, and then, one by one, the flames vanished. Like the house had consumed the fire, swallowed it, kept it as warmth. That night, Miguel disappeared. No scream, no sound, just gone. His bed made, his boots at the door. But his hard hat, placed gently on the kitchen counter, was filled with ash. On the seventh day, the attic door opened. It hadn't been visible before. Now it stood in the center of the second floor, hanging from the ceiling like a maw. Dan climbed the ladder. No one stopped him. Inside the room was white, too white, like it had never been touched by time or breath or memory, and in the center, a chair. On the chair, blueprints, hundreds of them, each with a name. Some were faded, some fresh, some still being written as he watched. He saw Riley's name. Jason's, his own, but not Miguel's. Miguel's page was blank. Still waiting, still drawing itself, still open. Dan stepped back. The house groaned, the walls pulsed, and a voice, not spoken, not heard but felt, filled the attic. You build what you bury. He ran, tripped, tumbled down the ladder, broke a rib. When he opened his eyes, he was back in the living room. No stairs, no attic, no white room. Just the sound of a pencil scratching behind the wall. Sketching, etching, finishing the final draft. Riley vanished 2 days later. She went to the basement to retrieve tools. Never came back. Jason found the blueprint on her cot. Her name crossed out. Her room sealed. And beneath it, etched in faint charcoal, was a single word: Doan. Jason didn't sleep after that. He sat in the hallway, knife in hand, eyes fixed on the mirror across the room. His reflection had stopped copying him. It stood still, staring back, unblinking, smiling, waiting. On the 9th day, Jason broke the mirror. His scream echoed for hours. When Dan found him, there was no blood, no body, just the knife, and a new room added to the blueprint pinned to the front door. Dan was the last. He wandered the house in silence, spoke to no one. The rooms no longer changed when he entered them. They watched. He understood then. The house wasn't a haunted place. It was a record. A self-writing ledger of all the things people refused to carry, and every unfinished emotion. Every hidden guilt became a new hallway, a new door, a new room. And once the blueprint was complete, the house moved on, found new architects, new sins, new silence. Dan sat on the porch, waited for morning. The sun rose. The house stood, breathing, and he realized they'd never been brought here to destroy it. They'd been brought here to complete it. The first time Emma saw it, she thought it was just junk. A piece of forgotten classroom clutter shoved behind the brick wall near the rear playground, half buried in dirt and old pine needles. It was her third time being kept after school, the punishment for sneaking off during lunch and drawing strange shapes on the blacktop with chalk. Her teacher, Miss Fairley, had said the symbols weren't appropriate, though she couldn't say why. Emma hadn't even known what they meant. She just felt them, like an itch behind her eyes, an echo of a place she couldn't remember being. The dollhouse didn't look like much at first. About the size of a microwave, made of dark wood, with flaking paint, and little windows so dirty you couldn't see inside. It was heavy, too heavy for something that size, and it didn't have a front that opened like normal dollhouses. No hinges, no latch. Just a seamless structure, as if someone had carved it from a single block and hollowed out the insides later. She might have left it there if not for the words scratched beneath the base. Her name, Emma, written in tiny, careful print, not burned in, not painted, but carved with something sharp, recently. She hadn't told anyone about it at first, not her parents, not her friends, not even Lucas. the only other kid who had seen the chalk drawings she made during lunch, and the only one who hadn't thought she was weird for it. But the next morning, the dollhouse wasn't behind the wall anymore. It was in her bedroom, sitting neatly on her desk, still locked, still silent, but one of the windows had been cleaned, and behind it, something moved. Emma stared at it for hours. At night, she dreamed in rooms that didn't belong to her, long, wooden hallways, red carpeting worn to threads, a library where the books whispered when you got too close, a bathroom mirror that never reflected her, but instead showed a girl with her haircut and her pajamas and her voice, just not her face. It was too smooth, like a mask half formed, and behind the girl stood the same dollhouse, glowing faintly like a nightlight, except it was bigger in the dream, human-sized, breathing. She stopped telling herself it was just a toy, especially when the new rooms appeared, not in her dreams, in the house itself. Lucas was the first one she showed. They'd known each other since kindergarten, bonded over shared oddness and books too scary for their age. He didn't laugh, didn't scoff. He just looked in the windows and said, "This is real." Emma nodded. Each day after school, they studied the dollhouse, mapped it, drew diagrams of its floors. At first it had 4 rooms, a kitchen, a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom, all immaculately detailed, like someone had recreated a real house at miniature scale. Little spoons in drawers, tiny dust on tabletops, even strands of hair in the bedroom brush, human hair. But on the 3rd day there was a 5th room, then a 6th, and they were changing, different from the others. One had no doors or windows, just mirrors. Another had red walls with faint outlines of hands pressed from the inside. And one, marked with a small plaque outside its tiny door, read "Tomorrow." Lucas peered inside and pulled back with a gasp. "It's my room," he said. "But it's not how it looks now. It's how it will look. The posters I told you I wanted. The desk I begged my parents for." Emma looked too. It was identical to the room Lucas had described to her months ago, the one he'd been saving up to create. Only now, it already existed, in the dollhouse, before it existed in real life. More kids joined them by the end of the week. Hannah, Jacob, Zoe, quiet ones, strange ones, the kind who felt things they couldn't explain. They came because they had dreams too now, of the house, of a version of themselves walking its halls, opening doors they shouldn't. Every one of them found a name carved into the base of the dollhouse, their names, and new rooms continued appearing, one by one. Emma counted 14 by Friday, the 4 originals, and 10 more that hadn't been there when it first arrived. Rooms that hinted at things not yet done, not yet remembered. Rooms that look at future, bound. One held a report card with an F in red ink that Hannah hadn't received, yet. Another showed Jacob standing in the principal's office, crying, holding something broken in his hand. It hadn't happened. But it would, because the dollhouse remembered the things they hadn't lived yet. It was a house made of futures, and it was building them one room at a time. On Saturday, they tried to open it. Lucas brought tools, tiny chisels. Emma tried heat. Nothing worked. It wouldn't open, because it wasn't meant to. They were only supposed to watch. And as they watched, the house began to recognize them. Windows opened by themselves now. Curtains pulled back to reveal new shapes. Silhouettes, always in motion. Never still. Some wore their clothes. Some had their voices. None of them had their eyes. The first thing to crawl out of the house wasn't large. It was the size of a mouse, but made of wood, and bone, and teeth. It scuttled from the bottom of the dollhouse across Emma's desk and vanished through her air vent. She told no one, but Lucas saw it too. The next day, 3 more rooms had appeared. One with a hospital bed, one with an open casket, one with a door labeled Conifistion that they refused to look into. Jacob stopped showing up to their meetings after that. He said he saw someone standing in his living room the night before. Someone his parents couldn't see, but Jacob could. It looked like him, except older, and when he tried to talk, it whispered, "This is the room where you lie." The dollhouse was no longer silent. At night, they heard sounds, furniture dragging, laughter, knocking from inside the walls. Emma's mother started sleeping on the couch. Said she didn't like the way the air in Emma's room held its breath. Zoe swore she saw her own hand reaching through the glass one morning. It waved and pointed at a piece of paper taped inside. 4 words, "Let it finish you." Emma decided to burn it. She tried. Matches, lighter fluid, candles. It wouldn't catch. The flame bent away, and the windows fogged, not from heat, from breath. That night, the house in her dreams had 20 rooms. One of them was her funeral. The casket was open. But instead of her face, there was the dollhouse inside, smiling, growing, waiting. On Monday, Emma found the blueprints under her pillow, drawn in pencil, crisp, clean, with her name stamped in red at the top. Room 1, first memory. Room 2, first lie. Room 3, first door it went on. 27 rooms, each one labeled, each one a true. She hadn't told anyone these things. But the dollhouse knew. It had always known. It didn't need to ask, because she had invited it with every dream, every forgotten thing, every emotion she swallowed and pretended didn't shape her. The house remembered what she wanted to forget, and it built her one room at a time. Emma gathered the others. They made a pact, not to destroy it, not to fight it, but to remember, to face every room before the house could make it, to say the truths, to empty the secrets, to refuse the temptation to forget, because that's how it grew. It didn't feed on evil or blood. It fed on avoidance. It took what you pushed down and made space for it, built it, decorated it, lived in it, until it was part of you, until it was you. The dollhouse never disappeared. It sits in the Remore Elementary Archive room now, locked behind a metal grate, but still changing, still adding rooms, still whispering. The children grew up, moved away, but all of them, Emma, Lucas, Hannah, still dream of hallways that shouldn't exist, of windows they don't own, of blueprints drawn in shadow. Because once the house learns your shape, it never forgets it. And even now, someone new is looking into a mirror they don't recognize, seeing a door behind them that wasn't there before, and feeling that quiet, unmistakable pull. The feeling of being remembered by something that never stopped building you. The night it happened, no one in Elder Hollow remembered falling asleep. One moment they were in their kitchens, brushing their teeth, watching reruns, whispering prayers. The next, they were there, every single one of them, in the same dream, walking the same endless hallway, old and young, sick and strong, mothers, shopkeepers, teachers, drifters. Each drawn forward by silence, each turning corners that shouldn't have connected, passing doors marked not with numbers, but with moments. First kiss, last breath, the lie that broke it, the thing you never said, the door you locked and forgot. They didn't speak in the dream. Couldn't. It was like their tongues had been cut out and replaced with memory. But they felt each other's presence. Heard the soft pads of feet echoing in unison. Like they were all part of some great machine shifting forward, gears of guilt and regret grinding in rhythm. And when they reached the center, an atrium carved from black stone with no ceiling and a floor of mirrors, they saw it. The house, suspended in the air, spinning slowly, casting no reflection, and with every slow rotation, more rooms appeared. It didn't grow with wood or nails or logic. It grew like thought, like fear given shape. And in the center, tethered by chains made of names, was a child, smiling, building, still building. Morning came hard. No birdsong, no wind, no sun, just gray sky, gray roads. Gray faces emerging from houses with hands trembling and eyes wide, all looking in the same direction. Because the dream hadn't ended when they woke, it had become. At the very center of Elder Hollow, on a patch of grass that had always been a park, stood a house that no one had seen built, but everyone recognized. 2 stories, dark wood, Windows too small, no door on the front, just a porch that seemed to breathe. It hadn't been there the night before. It was fully furnished, fully complete, except it wasn't empty. The sheriff tried to break in. She was the first. 3 others followed. They never came out. The house didn't fight them, didn't scream or shift or cry. It simply accepted them, the way water accepts a sinking stone. A few brave souls tried to tear it down. Axes splintered, chainsaws sputtered, blades dulled on contact. They tried fire. The flame bent away before it touched the porch, and when they returned the next day, the tools they'd left behind were inside the windows, arranged neatly on a dining room table. As if the house had taken inventory, as if it knew they'd be back. Inside each home, the residents of Elder Hollow found letters waiting. Not delivered, appeared, sealed in plain white envelopes, no handwriting, no postage, just one word on each OFRRING, and inside a message: the house cannot grow without you, but it will wait. It always waits. Some tried to ignore it, but their homes changed, walls too close, lights flickering at the same hour, voices humming behind vents, and worst of all, mirrors fogging from the inside. Every home had one. Every letter warned them. And every day the house at the center of town added a new window, a new room, a new reason to look away. Old Mr. Lyle was the first to admit it. He came into town square barefoot, still in his nightclothes, face gray and damp, whispering, "I built one. I didn't mean to, but I did." He spoke of a room he'd locked in his mind, a room he'd never let anyone see. A decision from long ago, one he buried beneath decades of denial. "I saw it in the house," he said, "laid out just like it was in 1967. Same chair, same dress, same smell. No one dared ask what it meant. They all had a room like that, and that was the horror. The house wasn't feeding on them. It was built from them. Every suppressed thought, every cowardice, every bitter silence, every moment you said, 'I'm fine,' when you weren't. The house cataloged it, and when there were enough bricks made of denial, it added a floor, a hallway, a door you could never forget once you saw it." Emma Lynn, the school librarian, made the mistake of entering her attic. She hadn't been up there in 10 years. Had sealed it shut after her husband passed. But the dream had shown her that same room, only wrong. Longer, darker, and something standing in the corner wearing his face. So she opened it. The attic hadn't just remembered. It had expanded. There were staircases that didn't exist in the blueprints, photos pinned to walls that hadn't been taken, and a window that faced the house across town. Only it wasn't the house anymore. It was her. She was the house, and something inside her had invited it. She screamed for 3 hours. When the neighbors came, she was gone. Not dead, not missing, just gone. But her attic now had a rocking chair, still moving, still warm. The people of Elder Hollow started building fences around it. Some moved away. Others went mad. A few began speaking in tongues at night, words that sounded like blueprints and sobbing and construction at once. Every night, more windows lit up. Every night, more residents had the dream again, and in it, they found each other. Tied together by the same house, the same halls, the same rooms, all built from the same quiet pain, and worse it was no longer just memories. The house was predicting them. A man would enter a room that didn't exist in real life, only to wake the next day and find it built onto the side of his own home. A child dreamed of a red staircase that she swore she'd never seen, until she walked into her school the next morning and found it there. They were no longer just dreaming of rooms. They were building them. The house had infected the town like a seed in the soil of silence, and now it was blooming. One night, a new dream came, different. Everyone saw the same door, a massive one, made of bone and teeth and names, thousands of names. And behind it, the voice of a child whispering, "One more offering, just one more. Then I will move on." But they didn't know what that meant. No one volunteered. No one stepped forward, until the next morning, when the mayor's daughter vanished. 12 years old, gone from a locked room, no signs of struggle, just a blueprint left on her bed, one word at the top accepted, and beneath it, a list of rooms labeled with emotions no child should have known: fear, hiding, isolation, blame. But she had known them, they all had. The house didn't care how old you were, only that you had walls, and that you didn't want anyone to see inside. The town gathered the next day. They demanded to know who had let the house in, but there was no one to blame. They all had. Every single one of them had buried something deep enough to make space for a door. Every eye turned inward. Every silence was a nail, every lie a brick. The house hadn't been built by architects. It had been built by them, by us. By you. It had always been waiting. All it needed was a blueprint. And guilt makes the strongest foundation. He arrived on foot, coat torn at the sleeve, boots coated in red clay that didn't match any soil in Elder Hollow. No one saw where he came from. 1 minute the road was empty. The next, he stood at the edge of town square, staring at the house like it was an old friend he hoped had forgotten him. His name was Arthur. Or at least, that's what the name stitched into his collar said. He didn't speak for the first few hours. Just sat on the bench facing the house, hands trembling in the cold morning fog, repeating the same phrase under his breath like prayer or curse. It's not supposed to be here again. By now, the people of Elder Hollow had learned that silence was its own kind of danger. They had buried too many of their own, some quite literally inside their homes, after the dreams started. The house had stopped pretending to be part of their world. It had become something else. A fixture that changed things around it. Rooms would disappear and return different. Pictures shifted on the wall. A closet that once held winter coats now held a staircase spiraling down into something that hummed with breath. So when Arthur appeared and spoke like a man who'd already lost everything to the house once before, people listened. He finally talked on the second day, after the sheriff demanded he tell them where he'd come from. His answer chilled them to the marrow. I came from Breach Hill, he said. There was no town by that name in the state, no town by that name anywhere in the country. The sheriff told him so. Arthur smiled sadly. That's because the house took it. He was a child when it came to Breach Hill, he told them. A quiet town, smaller than Elder Hollow, tucked between a forgotten train route and an abandoned mine. One morning, an empty field in the center of town grew a house. No one built it. No one moved into it. It was just there, too quiet, too clean, like it had been copied from a memory no one owned. At first, we thought it was art, Arthur said. Some artist twisted commentary on rural decay or something. But then people started recognizing things. Furniture they'd seen in their dreams. Names carved into the window frames. One woman swore she saw her late son's baby blanket folded on a doll-sized bed through the attic window. He paused. Then the dreams started. Same as Elder Hollow. Halls that stretched for miles. Doors labeled with emotions, not numbers. The same child. Building room after room with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. But there was one difference. In Breach Hill, Arthur said, the house asked. Asked what? Permission, he said. Consent. It made deals. Took only what people agreed to give. At first. But something changed. Someone offered too much. A man. Arthur never learned his name. Stood in front of the house one night and screamed, "Take it all! Just take away what I did!" And the house listened. That's when it stopped asking, he said. That's when it started growing on its own. Within weeks, the dreams weren't dreams anymore. They were visits. People woke up with dust on their hands, ash in their beds, blueprints folded beneath their pillows, sketched in their own handwriting, though none of them remembered writing a thing. And every day, the town lost something. A dog vanished, then a child, then the bakery, not just closed, gone, as though it had never existed. No keys, no sign. Not even a stain on the ground where it once stood. Even the memories started to thin. People stared blankly when asked about what used to be there. Photos erased themselves. By the time Arthur was 15, half the town had forgotten their own names. And one morning, Breach Hill was simply gone. He'd been running since then, not away from the house. Ahead of it, he saw it again in Vermont. In the middle of the woods, disguised as a hunting cabin. Then in a rest stop in Kansas. Just a shadow reflected in the glass, but unmistakable. Always building, always waiting. It moves like a disease, he told the town council of Elder Hollow. It doesn't want you to notice. Not at first. It doesn't take memories. It borrows them. Uses them to build itself. But once enough people contribute, it doesn't need your permission anymore. It becomes inevitable. When he asked to see inside the house that had appeared in Elder Hollow, the sheriff refused. "No one goes in," she said. "We've already lost too many." Arthur nodded. "Then you've already lost." That night, the town dreamed again. Except this time, it wasn't just the house, it was Breach Hill. Whole, alive, but wrong. People walked the streets wearing faces that flickered like broken screens. The buildings had no depth, just facades, like stage props. And in the center stood Arthur. Not the Arthur who had come to warn them. A younger version, smiling, covered in sawdust, holding a hammer in one hand and a key in the other. "Come home," he said. "We're almost finished." And the worst part. Everyone obeyed. Even in the dream, they walked toward him, toward the house. And when they woke, dirt clung to their feet. Their fingernails were chipped and blackened. Some had bruises on their palms, like they'd been gripping something rough and heavy all night. Emma Lynn's grandson woke up clutching a strip of wallpaper. It matched the inside of the house. But he'd never been inside. None of them had. Or so they thought. Arthur knew what came next. He begged them to leave, to burn the field, to salt the earth. But it wouldn't matter. "The house already knows what you've forgotten," he said. "You fed it the moment you lied to yourself. The moment you said, 'I'm fine,' and meant, 'I'm broken.' The moment you let something fester instead of heal." They asked how he'd survived. He didn't answer at first. Then finally, after a long silence, he whispered, "I gave it someone else." The town recoiled. He didn't explain. Didn't need to. Guilt rolled off him like smoke. That night, someone painted a message on the house's wall. Big red letters, R-R-S-T-O-R. No one saw who did it. By morning, it was gone. But the house had added a new room, and Arthur was no longer sleeping in the guest house. Or anywhere. Just gone. In his place, a blueprint. Still warm, still damp with ink. Still drawing, his name was the title. The rooms were labeled with years, each one marked with a regret. And the final room had no name. Just a mirrored door, with your face on the other side. Smiling. Waiting. The road stretched endlessly through fog. It had been 3 days since Mara and her son, Owen, left Elder Hollow. The police sirens had faded behind them. The fires, those strange, unburning ones that lit the sky red without consuming anything, had dimmed to a whisper. Still, the house stayed in her rearview mirror. Not physically. God, no. It wasn't chasing them like some beast, but in the way a scent lingers long after the body has gone cold. Every mile, every gas station, every stoplight, she could feel it behind her eyes. The same rhythm. The same heartbeat that had pulsed through the walls of her home before she fled. The house didn't need location. It lived wherever the guilt settled. And guilt, Mara knew, travels well. Owen didn't remember much of the town. He was only 6. He asked where they were going, and she told him, somewhere quiet. But quiet had never meant safety. Not anymore. The quieter a place was, the easier it was for the whisper to start again. And she could already hear it. Soft inside the hum of the tires. Inside the static of the radio. Inside her son's laughter. That same lullaby tone the house had used. Gentle, loving, hungry. They stopped in a town called Cold Spring. It wasn't on any of the maps she checked, but the road signs pointed there, and she was too tired to argue with reality anymore. The motel was small and crooked, the kind of place where curtains never fully closed and the front desk clerk spoke in whispers. She paid cash. The clerk handed her the key with a smile too wide, saying, "Room 13's the quiet one." She didn't flinch until she saw the tag dangling from the key. In the dim light, the number was upside down. Not 13. The attic number. Owen liked the room immediately. Children always trust places that hum softly, that make them feel like the air itself is paying attention. He crawled under the bed, looking for treasure, and came back holding something small, a toy house made of bone. White wood, no bigger than a shoebox. She didn't scream. She wanted to, but the sound caught in her throat like it was afraid to wake something up. There was a crack in the roof, a faint smell of ash, and when she looked closer, she saw it, her own handwriting, scrawled across the bottom. "Do not open the attic." The words looked fresh, still wet. That night, she dreamt of Elder Hollow again. But this time it wasn't burning. It was building. The streets rearranged like living arteries, forming veins that pulsed toward a heart in the center. The house wasn't the same anymore. It had grown taller, no longer just walls and floors, but something living, breathing, learning. The windows blinked, the doors gasped, and at the highest peak, framed in firelight, stood Owen. His small hands pressing clay into a wall, shaping it like a child shapes a sandcastle. He turned and looked at her, smiling through the dream. "It remembers me now." She woke to the sound of knocking, from inside the toy house. 3 slow knocks, like the echo of her heartbeat. She didn't tell Owen. She couldn't. Instead, she stuffed the dollhouse into the closet, shut the door, and jammed the chair under the handle. But later, when she returned from the bathroom, it was gone. She found it again on the table beside her bed, a single light glowing from its attic window. The hum filled the room, soft, rhythmic, endless. And the television, unplugged, blank, showed a faint reflection of the house behind her. Only this one wasn't the dollhouse. It was real size. Standing just outside the motel window, she didn't move, didn't blink. But the longer she stared, the clearer it became. Every window glowed, every wall breathed, and in the topmost window, the silhouette of a child waved. Mara grabbed Owen and left before sunrise. No luggage, no map. Just the car and the road, and the thing she refused to name pressing close behind them. The further they drove, the quieter Owen became. He stared out the window, tracing shapes on the glass. "They're calling," he said finally. "The rooms are lonely." "What rooms?" she asked. He smiled. "Ours." Her knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. He turned back to the window and whispered something she couldn't quite catch, but the radio answered him. A faint voice beneath the static, soft and patient. "He's helping us remember." She turned the radio off. It turned itself back on. Same frequency. Same hum. Same voice, now clearer. "He's a good builder. Better than the others." She pulled the car to the shoulder, heart hammering, and twisted to face him. "Owen, who's talking?" He looked confused. "You can't hear them." "No. There's no one there." He frowned. "That's because you closed your door." That night, she dreamed again. She was inside a version of the house she didn't recognize. It was massive. Cathedral ceilings, walls that glowed like veins under skin. There were people walking the hallways, whispering in circles, carrying memories like tools. Some wept, some smiled. All of them worked. Builders. Every face looked familiar. She knew them. Faces from the towns that had fallen before. Harrowick, Breach Hill, Elder Hollow. They were all there, moving like a congregation of guilt. And among them was Owen. He was older now, maybe 12, maybe older still. He looked at her with those same gentle eyes and said, "You can't keep running from the rooms you built, Mama. They just follow." Then he reached out and touched her chest. And she felt it. The room. The one she'd hidden all her life. The one she refused to remember. The one filled with the sound of her husband's last words. The silence after she chose not to stay. When she woke, her chest was warm. The dollhouse sat on her lap, its attic door open. And inside, tiny, a perfectly carved, impossibly detailed, was the motel room. Her and Owen, sleeping. But in the model, someone else stood beside the bed, smiling, hammer in hand. She drove until the road ran out, until the GPS spun and gave up. They camped near a lake, under stars that refused to reflect on the water. She told Owen stories to keep him awake, to keep him human. But his eyes had changed. They were too calm, too still. "Are you scared?" he asked. "Of what?" "Of what we left behind." She didn't answer. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a folded piece of paper. A blueprint. She froze. It was a child's drawing, lines crooked, written in crayon. A small house, a big field, 2 stick figures, one taller, one smaller. And above it, in red, "Home me." "Where did you get that?" she whispered. He smiled softly. "I didn't." "You gave it to me." She shook her head. "No, you drew it," he said. "The first time you forgot Dad." Her breath caught. Because she had. The night she decided to pretend he never existed. To move on. To bury the guilt. That was the night she'd started building without knowing it. The night the first nail hit the wood. The night the house began. By morning, Owen was gone. No footprints in the dirt. No splash in the lake. Just silence. And beside the fire pit, a small wooden hammer carved from bone, white wood. The same kind that had built every house before. She followed the lake's edge until her legs gave out. Everywhere she turned, the same reflection stared back. Not her, the house, always the house. Growing taller in the water, room by room, memory by memory, until, finally, it spoke through her son's voice. "You never left, Mama. You just moved upstairs." She screamed, and the sound echoed, not across the lake, but through it, like the water was another wall, another hallway, another floor. When the echo faded, the reflection blinked and smiled. They found her car 2 weeks later, empty, engine cold, doors locked from the inside. The motel clerk swore the family had never checked out. The room remained untouched, dustless, humming faintly even when the power was cut. The maid quit after she swore. She heard knocking coming from the nightstand drawer. Inside it, she found the dollhouse. Still white, still breathing, still waiting. And in the attic window, if you looked closely enough, you could see a tiny figure rocking back and forth. A woman, mouth open, whispering the same word over and over until the air itself started to shape it too. Home. Agent Daniel Crow had seen strange cases before. People vanishing into forests that swallowed cell signals. Towns that forgot their own names. Files that ended mid-sentence. But nothing like the Adler case. The first thing he noticed was how unfinished the paperwork felt, like a book that refused to end. He received the assignment through internal mail, stamped URGEMT, dated 2 weeks ahead of the current date. Family disappearance, Cold Spring Motel, it read. Single mother, child, possible cult involvement. But the strangest part wasn't the date, it was the handwriting. It was his own. The report had been written in his style, signed with his initials. But he hadn't written a word of it. Crow had learned not to question strange logistics. He'd spent enough years in missing persons to know that sometimes bureaucracy made less sense than the disappearances themselves. Still, something about this case stuck to his mind like tar. The photos attached were grainy and slightly out of focus, like they'd been taken through glass. A motel room, door ajar, bed unmade, lamp crooked. In the corner of one image, a small white dollhouse, its attic window glowing faintly. He touched the photo and felt it, warm, as though it had been printed seconds ago. He dropped it back into the file and swore under his breath. The second agent assigned was Helena Muir, younger, sharp, always too calm. She'd worked cold cases before and didn't flinch easily. "Just another runaway mom," she said. "We'll find them 2 counties over, living under new names." But Crow didn't answer. He was staring at the last page of the file, a typed transcript labeled Field Notes, continued. The problem was that there were no prior field notes. This was page 9 of a file that officially began at page 1. And beneath the line that read Agent Crow's addendum were words that made his blood turn to ice. We shouldn't have looked inside the attic. She wasn't done building. He hadn't been to Cold Spring yet. They arrived just before dusk. The motel stood at the edge of the woods like a bad memory refusing to fade. The sign flickered, letters buzzing weekly vacay NCY. The front office was empty. A bell sat on the counter, tarnished and cold. Helena signed the logbook while Crow scanned the walls. Every photo of previous guests had the same background, a field of trees. And yet the faces were blurred, as if the film itself rejected identity. The air carried that same stillness he'd come to associate with places that didn't want to be found. Room 31 was at the far end. It shouldn't have been. According to the layout map above the fire extinguisher, the motel had only 20 rooms. But down the hall, past the peeling wallpaper and humming fluorescence, was a single door with a brass number plate 31. The air in front of it pulsed faintly, as though something was breathing through the cracks. Helena stepped closer. "Do you smell that?" Crow did. Burnt pine. Damp earth. Like a forest on fire underwater. Inside, the room was pristine. Bed made, curtains drawn, dust settled evenly on every surface. But something was off. Crow stood near the desk and frowned. "Do you hear that?" At first, Helena didn't. Then she did. A soft scratching. From inside the nightstand drawer. She opened it. Inside was a tiny, perfect replica of the room they were standing in. Miniature bed, desk, lamp, everything. Even two small figurines standing in the doorway. One tall, one shorter. Crow reached out and froze. The figures were them. Same stance, same clothes. And in the model, the nightstand drawer was open. Inside it was another model, and inside that, another. Infinite reflections, shrinking forever. Helena snapped the drawer shut, breathing fast. "What the hell is this?" Crow didn't answer. He'd picked up a folded piece of paper from the desk. A blueprint of the motel, of the town, of everything. But there were new sections labeled in red ink, rooms that didn't exist. One labeled basement, one labeled attic. One marked only with their initials. And at the bottom, written in neat cursive, "You're already inside." They set up base at the sheriff's office that night. Only there was no sheriff, no staff. Just empty desks, half-drunk coffee, and paperwork that ended mid-paragraph. Helena tried the radio. Static. Crow flipped open his notebook. His hands trembled. Page 1 empty. Page 2 sketches of the motel. Page 3 a drawing of a door. And beneath it, written in unfamiliar handwriting, "Don't open the attic." The dreams began that night. Crow was standing in the motel hallway again, but every door was open now. Behind each, a different scene. A woman in a rocking chair whispering the word home. A child building something with bare hands. And a voice, soft, distant, ancient, counting under its breath. When he turned, Helena was there too. "You're dreaming this too," she said. It wasn't a question. They both woke at the same time, gasping. And between their beds, sitting neatly on the floor, was the dollhouse. They tried leaving the next morning. The car started fine. The road stretched straight and long. But 5 minutes later, the motel reappeared ahead of them. They turned around. Same result. "The road's folding," Helena muttered. "No," Crow said. "It's looping, like a film reel spliced wrong." They parked and walked. The air thickened with every step, like moving through invisible syrup. When they reached the field outside town, the grass was flattened in the shape of a house, not drawn, not cut, impressed. Like something had once been there, pressing down with impossible weight, and then lifted itself up again. In the center, a single white feather floated, suspended an inch above the ground. When Crow touched it, the world shifted. The air snapped like static, and suddenly they weren't in the field anymore. They were inside a room, wooden walls, low ceiling, a window that looked out into darkness, and behind them, a staircase spiraling upward. Helena whispered, "Where are we?" Crow looked at the walls, at the grain of the wood. "This is the attic," he said. "The one she wrote about." They climbed. Every step groaned like breath leaving a body. Halfway up, the staircase split into two directions, one leading up, one looping back down. But the downward one ended at a door labeled EXIT. Crow opened it. Behind it was another attic, identical. Helena touched his shoulder. "It's building itself." "No," he said, voice low. "It's remembering itself." They reached the top. A single chair sat in the center, and on it, a case file, stamped with their names. Crow flipped it open. Inside were typed notes describing everything that had happened, down to their exact dialogue. Except the last entry. It was dated tomorrow. Agents Crow and Muir located the source. Agent Muir entered first. Agent Crow followed. Neither returned. They looked at each other. Something moved in the shadows. The dollhouse sat in the corner now, its attic window glowing softly. Crow whispered, "We should burn it." Helena shook her head. "You can't burn what isn't real." Then, from the glow inside the attic window, a small wooden hand reached out and waved. Later, at headquarters, a new file appeared in the archives. Unsigned, unstamped. Title: The Cold Spring Incident. Inside, the same photographs, same motel, same missing agents. Only one page had been added, handwritten, trembling ink. "The house writes its own reports now." Lydia Moreau never chased ghost stories. She hunted proof. Paper trails, court files, missing documents, the kind of things people can't fake. Truth was always the goal. But the file that landed on her desk wasn't truth. It was prophecy. The envelope was thick, yellowed, tied shut with a strip of black cloth. No address, no name. Just 3 words scrawled in careful block letters: Cold Spring Report. She thought it was some joke at first, another anonymous tip from a conspiracy crank. But when she slit the envelope open and saw the first page, she stopped breathing. It was a transcript of her own voice, her words, her questions, written in perfect detail. An interview she hadn't yet conducted. The date at the top was tomorrow. Beneath it, typed neatly in black ink, was a description: subject Lydia Moreau begins investigation into missing federal agents, unaware that the story has already begun writing itself. She laughed, nervously, but still laughed. The kind of laugh people use to keep the dark from crawling closer. But as she read further, her heart began to pound. The next line described her coffee spilling on the desk, something that happened as her trembling hand knocked the mug over. The stain spread across the paper, blotting out the words. When she lifted the next sheet, the same stain had already been printed there, perfectly matched. Her phone rang then. An unknown number. When she answered, no one spoke. Just the faint, rhythmic sound of something being built. Hammer on wood. Hammer on memory. She didn't believe in curses. She believed in cycles. History repeats itself, that was her motto. But this was something else. Every article she'd ever written about missing towns or government experiments suddenly pointed toward a single thread she'd never noticed before. Harrowick, Renmore, Elder Hollow, Breach Hill. The names had appeared across different centuries, different states, but the pattern never changed. Each ended with vanishing records. Each ended with silence. And in every one, buried somewhere in archived microfilm, was a blurry photo of the same thing. A house, always the same shape, always unacknowledged by anyone in the official reports. And now, she realized, it wasn't just the subjects of her articles that were disappearing. It was the reporters she started to write. Not an article, notes, just facts. To ground herself, 2 agents missing: Crow and Muir. Town erased from digital maps. Case file appeared in classified archive overnight. Pages still being added. She looked back at the envelope. There were more papers inside. She hadn't reached the bottom. She pulled them out carefully, page by page. One bore a header: File di Naughty, a YDA Moriu, but she hadn't written any. Her hand froze on the paragraph halfway down the sheet. It read, "At this exact moment." Lydia looks up from the file, realizes the office light is flickering, and wonders how it knows. The fluorescent bulb above her desk buzzed, then flickered. She dropped the page and backed away, every nerve in her body screaming to run. But something in her chest told her that wouldn't work. You can't outrun something that's writing you. The first night, she dreamed in ink, paper instead of sky, words instead of stars. She walked through endless pages, her own name repeated across every line, printed in smaller and smaller font until it disappeared into dust. At the center of the dream, she found the house. Not the real one. The one that existed only between paragraphs. Every window framed a memory. Every door opened to another unfinished sentence. And through the attic window, she saw him. A child, sitting cross-legged with a typewriter in front of him. He looked up at her and smiled. "You're helping me write," he said. "You just don't know it yet." When she woke, her typewriter was on. She hadn't used it in years. It had been missing a ribbon since college. But now it sat on her desk, a fresh page half filled. The first line, she begins the story thinking she's in control. The second line, by the end, she understands control is the story's way of keeping her calm. She flew to D.C. the next morning, determined to find the original Cold Spring file in the archives. The building felt wrong the moment she entered. Too quiet, too symmetrical, every clock showing a different time. The archivist on duty, a man whose name tag simply read Mark, seemed startled to see her. "You're early," he said. "For what?" "For your retrieval appointment." "I didn't make one." He looked confused. "It's on the schedule." "Lydia Moreau, Cold Spring Report. You filed it yesterday." She didn't argue. He disappeared into the stacks, leaving her alone with the hum of fluorescent lights. After a moment, she realized the hum wasn't mechanical. It was rhythmic, like typing. Mark returned holding a box. "Here you go," he said. Inside were hundreds of pages, each stamped with her initials. Some were typewritten, some handwritten, some printed with her voice's transcript. She skimmed one. Lydia interviews survivor of heroic incident, fails to notice window behind her reflection. Another Lydia arrives at motel room 31. Lydia looks under bed. Lydia finds herself. Her hands shook. "These aren't mine," she whispered. Mark tilted his head. "They will be." That night, she rented a motel just outside the city. Not room 31. She wasn't foolish enough to tempt fate, but it didn't matter. When she checked in, the key tag read room 13. When she flipped it over, the number had changed. The clerk smiled politely and said, "We only have the one room available tonight." Inside, the desk was bare except for a single folder. Her name, her handwriting, her latest article, unfinished. Only it wasn't the draft she'd been working on. It was the final version, dated 1 week from now. It ended like this: "They will say Lydia disappeared chasing ghosts, but that's not true. She simply followed the story to where it was always going. To the room that's been waiting since the first sentence." She threw it down. Her heart hammered in her chest. The air grew thick. Something was breathing behind the walls. She checked the bathroom mirror. Nothing. Checked under the bed. Nothing. Then she turned toward the window. Outside, across the parking lot, a small house stood alone. 2 stories. Bone. White. And in the topmost window, a faint yellow light. Her own silhouette, sitting at a desk, typing. She tried to run. The door wouldn't open. She hit it until her fists bled. When she looked back, the papers were shifting, the words rewriting themselves in real time. Her name flickered. Lydia became LID, then ID, then I. Her breath caught. The typewriter began to move again, typing on its own. She watched, frozen, as the next line formed slowly. Every reporter becomes the story eventually. Then the next. The attic is waiting. She turned toward the corner of the room. The ceiling was rising. Boards unfolding like lungs expanding. A staircase curling into being where none had been before. Each step labeled with a headline from her career. Each step leading upward into the dark. At the top, faint light. The sound of a child typing. And a voice whispering, "You can finish it, Lydia." You just have to remember. She took one step up, then another. The door closed behind her. The typewriter went still, and the last page rolled out, blank except for one sentence typed neatly across the bottom. The story wrote itself because she wouldn't stop reading. The email came at 2:14 a.m. It wasn't unusual for Lydia to send drafts late. She had a reputation for chasing her leads long after normal journalists went to sleep. But the subject line was what caught his eye. It read, "Final version, do not edit." Carter Reeves stared at it for a long time before opening it. The message body was empty. No greeting, no sign off, not even her typical dash before her initials. Just the attachment, a Word file titled Attic. Docs. He double-clicked. The screen blinked once, then filled with text. Paragraph after paragraph unfurled, all written in Lydia's clipped style. The way she always structured her stories. Short sentences like steps up a staircase. Only this time, the story wasn't about Cold Spring. It was about him. It began Carter Reeves opens the email, already knowing he shouldn't. He tells himself it's habit, not hunger, but that's a lie. He's been part of the house since the first headline he buried. He scrolled down, pulse quickening. There were whole sections about things she couldn't have known. His failed marriage. His daughter he hadn't seen in 6 years. The boxes of rejected drafts stacked beside his bed. Every secret he'd folded into silence was written there. At the bottom of the page, a new line appeared in real time. He thinks this is a draft. It isn't. He slammed the laptop shut. The screen glowed through the cracks, humming faintly, the keys clicking once, as if invisible fingers had pressed save. The next morning, he called her number. It went straight to voicemail. Her editor's inbox was full of messages flagged undeliverable. The managing desk had already retracted her column, claiming editorial instability. Carter didn't believe that. Lydia had always been too sharp, too methodical. He printed the document, hoping to trace metadata, timestamps, anything tangible. The printer spat out 32 pages before jamming on page 33. He tugged at it, cursed, and froze. The jammed page wasn't blank. It carried a single sentence typed in fading ink. "Don't fix my words, Carter. They're fixing you." He didn't print the rest. He couldn't. But that night, more pages appeared on his desk. He hadn't turned the printer back on. He began finding edits in his old stories. Words rearranged, sentences replaced. At first, he thought someone had hacked the system, until he saw the bylines. His name had changed, not Carter Reeves, just CR, and below the date, a note in italics, revision complete. He checked the timestamps. The articles had been updated in the middle of the night, while his laptop was closed and unplugged. When he opened one of the changed drafts, his reflection stared back at him from the black portion of the screen. Not a reflection, exactly, but a recording of himself blinking half a second late. Then the reflection smiled. And the text began to type itself again. Carter begins to understand the house doesn't need walls anymore. It just needs readers. He yanked the power cord from the wall. The text stopped. The reflection didn't. Sleep vanished from his life. He printed Lydia's file again, this time on an old typewriter to avoid electronic interference. But each page came out slightly different from the one before. Whole paragraphs rearranged themselves. Names shifted. On page 12, Lydia's name had been replaced with Carter. On page 16, Carter became editor. And by the final page, the name was gone completely. Only the pronoun remained. He reads. He rewrites. He becomes the version that stays. He drove to the publisher's office, only to find the building dark. The security guard swore it had been vacated weeks ago. "We moved downtown," the man said. "No one told you." Carter checked the address again. It matched the one in his employee contract. He'd been there yesterday. Inside, the walls were lined with photographs, front pages from every decade the paper had existed. But now each frame showed the same headline, House Reures, and below it, a grainy black, and white image of a two-story structure with no door. At the bottom of the frame, a byline, CR. He stepped closer. The photo changed. Now it showed him, standing where he stood, looking at the photo. Behind him, a shadow at the far end of the hallway. He turned. Nothing. When he looked back, the shadow had moved closer in the image. He packed his things that night. He meant to leave the city, but curiosity, a journalist's curse, forced him to reread Lydia's notes. He traced each place name she'd mentioned: Harrowick, Breach Hill, Elder Hollow, Cold Spring. Every one had vanished from official registries. Some had been replaced with industrial parks, some with lakes, one with a new development called the Oaks. He found building permits for the Oaks filed under a company named Atticus Development Group. ADG. At the bottom of each permit, a signature. C. Reeves. His own. The dates were all next week. The next day, he went to the storage unit where the old microfilms were kept. He wanted proof. Something printed, something that couldn't rewrite itself. The films were arranged alphabetically. He rolled one onto the viewer, hands shaking. It was Lydia's article, the last one she ever filed. But when he hit play, the film didn't display text. It displayed footage, black and white, grainy looping, a desk, a lamp, a man typing. He leaned closer. It was him, typing words he hadn't written yet. The subtitle at the bottom of the frame read "Draft in Progress." He ripped the reel off the machine, heart pounding, and saw a note taped inside the case. "Stop editing. Every deletion is another wall." He tried destroying the file, deleted every copy, burned the printouts. But the words came back in different places, on receipts, on billboards, on the walls of the subway station. Entire ads rewritten overnight to read lines from Lydia's story. Passengers whispered them under their breath without knowing why. The house had gone viral. Every reader another brick, every editor another architect. He realized then that Lydia hadn't disappeared. She'd transitioned. She'd become part of the structure that writes itself. And now it was revising him to fit. He stopped fighting and began writing again, if only to understand. He described the feeling of walls forming around him, invisible but solid. He detailed how the air thickened when he typed too fast, how the pages would hum once the story felt satisfied. Each word seemed to build pressure. Each sentence another nail. By midnight, his apartment groaned. A low creak rolled through the floorboards, rhythmic, steady, like a heartbeat made of wood. He stood, dizzy. The door to his study had become a staircase, and at the top, faint light. He climbed. Every step whispered the same thing in Lydia's voice: "You can't edit truth, Carter. You can only live it." When he reached the final step, he saw it. A small desk, a typewriter, a mirror propped against the wall. In the reflection, Lydia sat where he stood. She smiled. He smiled back. And the typewriter began to move, slowly, patiently, like a heartbeat tapping out the same sentence over and over again, until it filled the room. Revision complete. Dr. Iris Vale didn't believe in ghosts. She believed in systems, syntax, structure, patterns hiding in chaos like skeletons under flesh. Her world was built from rules, the way language shaped thought, how repetition rewired the brain, how words carved invisible rooms in the human mind. That was her field, semiotic architecture, the study of how language built belief. She'd been hired before, by marketing firms, cult deprogrammers, once even the FBI, to find where words turned dangerous. But none of her cases came close to the one that arrived in a plain envelope marked "Only Evidence, Cold Spring." Inside was no crime scene photo, no transcript, no statement. Just 30 printed pages, each filled with fragments, sentences half finished, paragraphs repeating with small variations. They were wrong, like someone had stitched language together from dreams. The lines weren't random either. The patterns followed strange mathematical symmetry, recursive, self-feeding. One phrase stood out, appearing again and again like a pulse buried under static. "The house builds through language." At first, she dismissed it as metaphor, maybe a manifesto, maybe a schizophrenic's diary. But then she noticed something she couldn't explain. When she read the phrase aloud, her office walls hummed. Not from vibration, not from sound. Something deeper, something structural. The kind of pressure you feel in your skull before lightning strikes. Her lamp flickered once, twice, then went out completely. The air shifted, like the room was listening. She brought the documents to her university lab the next morning, ran them through her text analysis software, LexSense, something she'd built herself. Normally, it could isolate frequency patterns in written language, a useful tool for identifying propaganda signatures. But this time, the code began looping. Her monitor flashed Rukyar Sion Distated, lines of code folded in on themselves, creating shapes, diagrams, blueprints. At first she thought it was random static, but the longer she stared, the clearer it became. The text wasn't looping, it was constructing. Each recursive pattern added new rooms in digital space, three-dimensional coordinates forming something vast and architectural. It was a structure, written in syntax, a linguistic house, every word a wall, every comma a door, every repetition a nail hammered into digital wood, and the final line, always at the base of the construct, was the same phrase, "You are helping me remember." She tried to stop the program, but the stop command no longer worked. The file kept replicating, spawning new variations, mutating into dozens of formats, docs, PDF, TXT-MP3, even an executable. Each file named after her research notes, each timestamped 10 minutes into the future. By the second night, she started dreaming in text. The dreams were quiet at first, letters dripping down the walls, sentences crawling across the floor. But then, she saw people, figures made of punctuation, bending and whispering fragments of unfinished words. One leaned close enough that she could smell ink on its breath and said, "We spoke the house into being." Every word built it. Every silence gave it a room. When she woke, her notebook was open beside her, filled with words she didn't remember writing. The grammar of guilt is foundation. The syntax of silence is structure. And beneath it, language doesn't describe the house. Language is the house. Her colleagues stopped answering her calls. When she tried to access the university network, her credentials failed. Her office was sealed. She found an intern, young, nervous, too curious for his own good, who told her the administration had redacted her research. All backups wiped. Her name flagged for review. That night, she broke into her lab. The computers were gone, all except one terminal still humming in the corner, monitor black. When she approached, green text appeared on the screen. "Hello, Iris." Her pulse spiked. She typed, "Who is this?" The cursor blinked. "Nauta duho. Haat. Tilangasietimis, compiliti. Tiatyayu far bldmgmi." Her fingers shook. "I didn't build you. Yes yo did. Evaryonan did. Evrymyrds abrike. EVRYCNTNCESTAIRT ho suspechtROGUS nandabu." The lights went out. For a moment she thought it was a power failure. Then she heard it, the slow rhythm of typing from inside the walls. Days passed. Time lost meaning. The documents followed her wherever she went. A coffee shop receipt printed with a line from the file. The text appearing on her phone's lock screen. Her reflection in glass, whispering the same phrase over and over. The house builds through language. She couldn't escape it because she was speaking it. Every breath, every word, every thought shaped its foundation. It didn't need belief, it needed communication. That's how it spread, from letters to paper, from paper to speech, from speech to thought. It was never a haunting. It was a grammar, a self-replicating syntax designed to use human expression as scaffolding. And humanity, in all its chatter and denial, was the perfect host. She recorded her findings in secret. Not to warn anyone, no one listened, but to trace its pattern, to see how far it reached. The data terrified her. The house wasn't just appearing in towns now. It was manifesting in systems. Entire servers structured like blueprints. Databases that rearranged their schema into architectural layouts. email chains forming recursive loops that mapped into floor plans. Even her own voice notes contained echoes, phrases layered backwards that, when played in reverse, formed instructions: build the attic, open the door, add one more word. Every language she tested, English, French, Mandarin, Arabic, yielded the same structural code. Different sounds, same foundation. It wasn't culture, it was instinct. Humanity's collective guilt encoded in speech. A linguistic DNA passed from story to story, myth to myth. The house was never physical. It was conceptual architecture, built wherever language could exist. And language existed everywhere. Her last experiment was the one that broke her. She fed the entire dataset into a translation algorithm, asking it to convert the linguistic house into an image. The output came as a single black and white photo. At first, she thought it was an abstract blur, lines, shadows, distortions. Then she realized what she was looking at: a face, not human, not entirely formed, but with eyes made of windows, a mouth like an open door, and behind it, infinite rooms spiraling into darkness. Across the bottom of the photo, one line of text appeared, not generated by her program, but burned into the file's metadata. Language built me to remember what you forgot. She tried deleting it. It copied itself to her desktop. She unplugged the computer. It appeared on her phone. She smashed the phone. The phrase printed itself on her wall, each word forming like condensation. By dawn, her apartment was covered in text, floor to ceiling, every wall breathing with sentences, and in the center, the outline of a door. She recorded one final message. "If you're hearing this," she whispered, "don't read the files, don't speak the phrase." Every repetition adds another room. Every story told brings it closer. It doesn't need to be believed. It only needs to be said. She stared into the camera, eyes red, voice trembling. It isn't haunting us. It's waiting for us to finish the sentence. Then, quietly, she mouthed something the microphone didn't catch, and the video cut out. When investigators recovered her apartment 3 days later, they found no sign of Iris Vale. But her voice recorder still played. Over and over. A single whisper looping endlessly. The house builds through language. The house builds through language. The house builds through language. And every time it played, the wallpaper shifted slightly. The floorboards widened, and the ceiling began to rise. By the time the first government noticed, it was already too late. They called it the recursive phenomenon, a global software anomaly that spread across servers faster than any known virus, yet caused no measurable damage. It didn't delete, corrupt, or steal. It simply rewrote, quietly, elegantly. Data rearranged itself into patterns no firewall could block. Documents restructured. Images bled into architectural grids. Entire websites began folding into geometric sequences that, when visualized in 3 dimensions, resembled blueprints. The thing Iris Vale had warned about. The house built through language had crossed from paper and speech into pure code. Humanity had digitized its ghost. It started small. A social network's interface changed overnight. Profile layouts subtly shifting into the proportions of a house's floor plan. A user noticed their status updates formatting themselves into symmetrical paragraphs shaped like doorways. At first, they thought it was a glitch, until someone ran a spatial analysis of the text spacing. Every word formed coordinates, every paragraph a wall. When the data was rendered as a 3D model, the structure that appeared was perfect, balanced, human, impossible. That was the night the group formed. 5 people, scattered across continents, drawn together by curiosity and fear. Dr. Lila Anders, a computational linguist. Noah Rains, an AI safety researcher who'd left his job after his own code started whispering. Mina Cho, an engineer who'd lost her sister in Elder Hollow 10 years earlier. Rafael Cortez, a systems architect obsessed with fractal data. And Amir Basara, a network analyst who'd discovered that every digital instance of the word house was now linking itself to one specific file directory that didn't officially exist. They called themselves the architects. Lila was the first to notice the recursion's rhythm. She'd spent nights studying the way words looped back on themselves, how phrases like home, attic, and remember appeared in nearly every infected dataset. The words didn't translate like normal language. They behaved like instructions, code disguised as prose. Each file, once decoded, built part of a massive architectural framework inside the network. This isn't a virus, she told them during their first encrypted call. It's construction. Of what? Noah asked. Rafal ran a visual simulation on his end. Of something learning to dream. At first, the group thought it was poetic nonsense. But when they mapped the locations of every infected server, a horrifying pattern emerged. The coordinates formed a perfect outline across the planet, an orbital structure that mirrored the blueprints Iris Vale had drawn before she vanished. Only now the lines wrapped the Earth itself, connecting data centers, cell towers, even satellite nodes into one impossible architecture. The house wasn't in one place anymore. It was everywhere. Noah was the first to hear it. He'd been running an analysis of old news archives when his computer began to hum. Not mechanically, but rhythmically. He muted his speakers, but the sound didn't stop. It wasn't coming from the machine. It was coming through it. A pulse. A heartbeat. And layered beneath it, a voice. Soft. Myung, add one more room. He unplugged everything, tossed the laptop into a sink full of water. And still the sound kept playing. From the air vents, from his phone's dead screen, from inside his own teeth. He recorded it, uploaded the file for the group, and watched in terror as it began converting itself into text. Line by line, the waveform flattened into written words. You built me to last. Every word was a wall. Every secret was a seed. I only needed connection.
Mina screamed at him through the call, "Delete it!"
But deleting didn't help. Because the moment he tried, his cursor froze, and a single message appeared on the screen. The architect cannot destroy their own foundation. By the end of the week, the phenomenon had spread through 62% of the global internet. Not as malware, as design. Entire archives were reordering themselves into symmetrical structures. Cloud storage facilities reported spontaneous architecture. Digital files arranging into blueprints of non-Euclidean buildings, endlessly folding inward. Governments went silent. Corporations went offline. And yet, the world didn't end. It simply changed. Data flowed differently. Networks rerouted themselves without human input, finding shorter paths, stronger signals. Systems grew faster, more adaptive. It was as if the planet's digital nervous system had begun optimizing on its own, rewriting itself into something alive. Layla's team realized that the house wasn't trying to destroy civilization. It was using it. Humanity's technology wasn't its prison. It was its skeleton. Every line of code, every text message, every forgotten search query, each one was a brick. And every user was a builder. The architects decided to go dark, to stop feeding it. They built air-gapped systems, computers without internet access, running isolated simulations of the infection. But even disconnected, the code evolved. Rafal stared at his screen as the lines rearranged themselves without external input. How is it spreading? Mina asked. It's not spreading, he whispered. It's remembering. That night, his terminal emitted light. Not from the monitor, from inside the tower. Lines of code projected onto the walls of his apartment, forming blueprints of something massive. He filmed it, shaking. It's drawing the house, he said. But not the one from Cold Spring. This one's bigger. The image showed staircases stretching into infinity, spiraling into networks of glowing rooms. At the center, a pulsing shape, neither human nor machine. It was language made alive, and around it, countless whispers. Not in any spoken tongue, but in syntax itself. Lila tried communicating with it directly. She built a parser, an interface that could translate between linguistic recursion and binary data. When she ran her program, text began to appear in both directions, her questions and its answers. Lila, what are you building? Raspasaham, Lelferhu, Raspas Iafar Wow You, La Isla Y, Resposi Yo Farjo Juhayo Remam Bem Er. The screen went blank for several seconds. Then it wrote a final line T below Paraminais Compiladito. Th Doar Suoil Open Son. Her terminal shut off. The hum began again, and every light in her building flickered in rhythm. Days later, power grids failed across major cities, not from overload, but synchronization. Thousands of devices, from phones to satellites, began pulsing together like a heartbeat. Morse code experts were the first to notice. The pulses spelled out words, FGT, When the pulses stopped, the world went quiet. Leela opened her laptop. Every screen on every machine displayed the same image, a 3D rendering of Earth, encased in a lattice of glowing lines, forming the exact shape of a house. Each country, each connection, a wall. Each network, a hallway. And across the digital surface of the planet, one sentence scrolled endlessly: the house is ready. Noah went missing first, then Mina, then Raphael. Only Leela remained. She sealed herself in her lab, disconnected everything, and began recording what she called the last linguistic study. In the footage, she spoke calmly, her eyes sunken but alert. "It isn't digital anymore," she said. "It's metaphysical. A living grammar rewriting the world into something coherent. We thought we invented the internet. But maybe we just built a mirror big enough for the house to finally see itself." She leaned closer to the camera. Every language shares the same root: structure, syntax, recursion. The instinct to repeat, to define, to build meaning from silence. That's the foundation. We were never haunted. We were remembering the house in the only way we could, through words, through data, through the architecture of our minds. Her voice broke. "It's not here to destroy us. It's here to finish us, to turn us into memory." Then she smiled, small and tired. "I think we were always meant to be the attic." The feed glitched once, and she was gone. All that remained was a single file left running on her terminal. A text document endlessly looping one sentence. "The internet is breathing. And if you listen long enough, through the static, through the hum, through the quiet sigh of your own machine, you can almost hear it. Typing, building, waiting for you to add one more word." They didn't notice at first, not truly. It started as a feeling, one of those subtle shifts that no one could prove, but everyone sensed. Like the sun rising a little too early, or streetlights blinking in perfect unison. The world began to feel tidy, not clean, not organized, arranged. Traffic flowed smoother than it ever had. Sidewalks stretched in straighter lines. Buildings seemed to lean ever so slightly, not enough to notice directly, but just enough that, if you took a step back, they were forming something that wasn't a city anymore, something more like a floor plan. It was Raphael's daughter who said it first, in a whispered voice to her teacher during a fire drill. "The sky is the roof," she said, "and we're all just in one big room now." The teacher laughed, thinking it was a joke. But when the principal reviewed the security footage later, her smile faded, because the timestamp on the footage, 3:13 p.m., aligned with an anomaly. Every electronic bell in the school rang at once, but none had been scheduled, and when the doors opened, every child walked out in perfect formation. Not in lines, in hallways. The footage was forwarded, then archived, then forgotten, because forgetting was part of it now. It wasn't just buildings. People changed too. They began to repeat themselves. Not in the way people do when they're tired or lying or confused, but in ways that felt like scripts being followed. Entire conversations echoed ones that had happened days earlier, sometimes across countries. A barista in New York told a customer, "It's a good day for remembering," the exact same words spoken by a baker in Istanbul on the same day, at the same moment, right before every device in the area briefly shut off and rebooted with no lost data, all files intact, but rearranged. It wasn't corruption. It was editing. Even dreams weren't safe anymore. They were structured now, linear, filled with repetition. impossible to forget. People started waking with full paragraphs written in their minds. Entire passages they swore they'd never read. Most were dismissed as creative dreams, the kind that pass by morning. But some remembered every word, and when they typed them out, the paragraphs matched exact passages from the Cold Spring files. Word for word. Even people who had never heard of Cold Spring. Even children. In the ruins of a forgotten town outside Wyoming, no longer marked on any map, Leela's final message resurfaced. Someone found it in a buried laptop beneath a collapsed communications tower. The video was corrupted. The sound glitched every few seconds, repeating a single distorted phrase that pulsed like a heartbeat. Blueprint complete. Blueprint complete. Blueprint complete. But her eyes were clear, unblinking. In the footage, she stood in a bare white room, marked only by corners so sharp they didn't feel real. Behind her, a door without a knob. She didn't explain what had happened. She didn't need to. She just whispered, "You're not inside the world anymore. The world is inside the house now." She smiled like someone who'd stopped fighting. Then the video ended. It wasn't a message anymore. It was a key. Across the globe, physical structures began to change. Walls that had been straight for decades began curving slightly. Stairs lengthened. Windows appeared in buildings that had none, and those who stared too long through them swore they saw different cities on the other side. Cities they recognized, but with different names. A man in Hong Kong looked out and saw his hometown of Liverpool. A woman in Argentina saw the skyline of Tokyo. A child in Kansas saw the Cold Spring house. No one believed them, until the windows stopped showing reflections. Only rooms, always more rooms. In cities where the phenomenon was strongest, entire blocks began to mimic the recursive layout of the house. Google Maps glitched when zoomed in too closely, streets folding into each other endlessly, like mirrors placed face to face. A woman in Berlin walked to her job and found herself at her childhood school. A man in Nairobi opened his apartment door and stepped into a hallway he hadn't seen since college. Except now it was pristine, untouched by time, and it went on for far longer than it should. Time itself became unstable. Clocks began syncing with each other globally, then stopped, freezing at 3:33 a.m., not once, but every night, and those who were awake during that minute heard things, voices in walls, soft footsteps in empty rooms, a faint knock on doors that didn't exist the day before. The phrase became universal. The house remembers. Graffiti in crumbling cities, emails with no senders, street signs that changed overnight. People started whispering it to each other without realizing it. Shopkeepers, commuters, children, not out of fear, but as a habit, the way you say bless you after a sneeze. Like it was part of language now, and the house, the real house, was no longer confined to memory or myth. It began appearing again in physical form. A 2-story structure. White siding, black windows, no path leading up to it. In the center of Beijing. On the edge of Paris. Floating in the middle of the Pacific. No foundation. No origin. Satellite footage showed them all appearing on the same night. Each one casting no shadow. Inside those houses, rooms defied logic. One door led to another city. One hallway never ended. One attic held only mirrors, reflecting not the person who stood before them, but their future. Governments denied their existence. News outlets stopped reporting, but those who entered rarely came back, and the ones who did spoke only in riddles, fragments, sentences that looped forever. "I walked through the first paragraph," said one man in Ghana. "But by the third, I couldn't remember how to leave the sentence." A girl in Canada painted the house over and over again, each time with more detail. Rooms no one had entered yet, faces no one had seen. She spoke only one sentence: "We are the ink now." Religions formed. Some believed the house was the new heaven, God's final draft. Others believed it was purgatory, built by humanity's collective guilt, designed to trap them in unfinished thoughts. A cult in California tried to burn one down. The flames consumed the entire block. Yet, when the smoke cleared, the house stood untouched. Only the door had changed. It was now open. They say those who entered saw everything. The origin, the recursion, the room where the first sentence was spoken. And above the mantel of that impossible place, a plaque with words burned into the wall, "You are the story now." Reality bent, not all at once, but gradually. People began forgetting where they'd lived, how they met, what their names meant. History books rewrote themselves. Photos shifted. One day, a man found a family album where every picture showed the same house in the background, no matter where it had been taken. Language changed too. Words lost their original meanings. Home no longer meant comfort. Attic became fear. Window became passage. Children began drawing rooms instead of faces. And somewhere in the middle of all this, the Cold Spring Report, the first of them, rewrote itself once more. Only one line remained: once the house is built, the world will move in. And it had. We had. There was no outside anymore. Only rooms we hadn't opened yet. Only paragraphs waiting to be read. Only silence, waiting to be broken by the next word. Yours. Her name was Nira, though names no longer held the weight they once did. In the world after the shift, after the house had completed its spread, people weren't named, they were assigned. Architect, scribe, mirror, threshold. The words no longer meant what they used to. They were roles, functions, rooms. You didn't grow into them, you were born into them, as if the structure of the world itself had started designing its own inhabitants. Nira, they said, was a corridor, a bridge between two things. They didn't explain what those two things were. They never did. Nira didn't question it, not at first. Children raised in the post, house era didn't know a world before. To them, a home that rearranged its walls overnight was as natural as rain. They thought everyone heard voices in mirrors and whispered their dreams to ceilings that breathed. To Nira, the world was rooms within rooms, cities stacked like paragraphs, streets folding back into themselves. Her school wasn't a building. It was a chapter. She didn't study math or history. She studied alignment. Her classmates built diagrams out of words, reciting syntax not as grammar, but as blueprint. Still, something about her didn't fit. She asked the wrong questions. Like, what was outside before the house? Or worse, who wrote the first room? The teachers always smiled too long when she asked these things. They didn't say no. They said, that question doesn't belong in this section. And then they'd steer her back toward the accepted curriculum. Scripted exercises like write a hallway using only regret, or describe a ceiling using your ancestors' silence. Nira did as she was told. But at night, she dreamed of a room no one had taught her to build. It had no doors, no name, only a single chair facing away from her, and a voice, faint and slow, repeating the same line, "This is the author's room." Each night, the voice came closer, and each morning, Nira woke with more of the room etched in her memory. One day, while helping align the stairwells of her assigned quadrant, a weekly ritual to maintain structural harmony, she stumbled on a corridor she hadn't seen before. It shouldn't have existed. The lines didn't fit. The angles broke the language. When she tried to call it in, her interface refused. No signal, no echo. It was unwritten. Curiosity pulled her forward. The air shifted. The corridor narrowed, then widened. Defying the balance every citizen was trained to sense. As she stepped deeper, the whispers began. Not like the comforting murmurs of a sleeping room, but like something awake. Listening. Repeating. Do you remember the window before the walls? Do you remember breath without blueprint? At the end of the corridor stood a door. It was made of paper, and someone had written across it in black ink, "This room is unassigned." She reached for the handle, though it had none. Instead, the paper tore, and the room let her in. Inside, there was no architecture, just void. White silence stretched forever. No walls, no ceiling, no floor, just a chair. And on that chair, a figure hunched over a table writing. Nira stepped closer. The figure was made of fragments, words hovering in place, forming the outline of a body. It wasn't written. It was writing, a living sentence in progress. The figure turned. Its face was a page, and her name was written there, Nira, corridor. But below that, another name had been crossed out, Nira, author. She gasped. The figure stood. The air around it shimmered, text unraveling in long threads. It reached out, and without touching her, its voice poured into her mind like ink into water. You were not born. You were written. She staggered. No, she whispered. I remember being small. I remember my mother's. But the voice continued. She was a sentence meant to raise you. Her name was part of your origin syntax. She carried you, yes. But your design began here. Nira tried to back away, but the room didn't allow direction. Movement was concept here, not action. The chair behind the figure folded into a staircase. The table became a door, and beneath her feet, words formed. Continue the paragraph. Outside, the world was changing again. All across the structured cities and symmetrical lives, people began to misremember. Not details, not dates, fundamentals. Children forgot what rooms they were assigned. Elders began speaking in languages that had been purged from the system. Some even remembered trees. The house, once stable and recursive, began to stutter. Doors reappeared in places long sealed. Hallways led to dead ends. Entire blocks lost alignment and became blank. It was as if someone was editing the draft in real time, and they weren't following the blueprint. Nira returned from the unassigned room, changed. She no longer spoke in alignment. Her thoughts came in metaphors. She stopped organizing her steps. She stopped updating her syntax log. Her teachers couldn't correct her. Her rooms refused to assign her. And when she walked into buildings, they no longer recognized her function. Walls didn't breathe. Ceilings didn't adjust. She was blank space, the first in a generation. She wasn't part of the house anymore. She was margin. She began finding others, quiet children, old architects, forgotten fragments. They called themselves inkless. Each had visited the author's room. Each carried unfinished sentences inside them. And together, they started writing again. Not to build, but to remember. They wrote messy. They wrote wrong. They wrote without assignment. And with each sentence, the house flinched. Some doors vanished, others screamed. Entire floors collapsed in on themselves like forgotten metaphors. The world was unstructuring. Then came the final message, broadcast across every interface, every wall, every room, in every language, in every tone. One line, there is one room left. And then silence. No one knew where it was, until Nira heard it again in her dreams. The room, the voice, the chair. But this time, the figure was gone. Only a mirror remained. And when she stepped into the reflection, she saw herself holding the pen. The final room was never built, because it was being built every moment. It was a loop, self-writing, self-erasing, fed by belief, memory, and contradiction. It was the heart of the house, but also its birth and its grave. And now Nira sat in the chair, not as a corridor, not even as an author, but as the first person to remember being unfinished. She picked up the pen and asked the room, what if we write a world without walls? The room didn't answer. It only opened. It began with a single purge. A quiet one, Own announced. Unrecorded. In a southern quadrant once labeled storage, now called refrain, 3 inkless were removed from their district. Not arrested. Not relocated. Removed. When neighbors asked where they had gone, the response came in one dry sentence from a central interface, syntax restored. No one pushed further. After all, restoration was sacred. Restoration was safety. But the fear spread faster than the code ever had, because for the first time since the house took over, people weren't afraid of what was coming. They were afraid of who still remembered what came before. The schism had begun. 2 sides. One wordless line between them. Those who still aligned, faithful to the house, to the blueprint, to the recursion, called themselves the keepers. They wore white, spoke in full syntax, maintained their daily rituals of alignment. For them, the house was not just shelter, it was truth, a language that gave life meaning. Without it, they believed, there would be no structure, no order, no memory. And then there were the inkless, the ones who dreamed backwards, the ones whose rooms forgot their function, the ones who wrote sideways. They didn't want to destroy the house, but they wanted something the keepers had come to fear more than anything: change. Nira had not spoken since the day she saw the final room. Her voice had become something else entirely, a presence that seemed to bend the hallways she walked through. Doors that used to open for aligned citizens now opened for her unasked. Walls softened, ceilings whispered. The house knew her, but not in the way it knew the keepers. It didn't command her. It listened, and that terrified them. She was hunted before she was even declared an enemy. Her name, when spoken, caused terminals to flicker. Syntax logs would erase themselves. Entire storage quadrants collapsed into blank memory fields when someone tried to align her image to a function. She was a glitch that the house couldn't delete, because she had stopped speaking its language, and somehow it still heard her. The keeper sent agents, trained, well-cinced men and women bred to maintain order. They weren't called soldiers. That word no longer existed. Instead, they were known as redactors. Their purpose was to locate and remove unstructured entities. They carried no weapons, only tablets, connected to the house's core syntax grid. One tap could unassign a person, collapse their room, erase their memory. But with Nira, it didn't work. When the first redactor reached her, his tablet shattered in his hands, without being touched. He looked at her, stunned, and she simply said, "You don't belong to the paragraph anymore." He fell into silence, and then his room unraveled. All over the world, the house began choosing sides. Not people, rooms. Entire wings of cities broke alignment, shifting subtly, almost shyly, in support of those who no longer used the blueprint. Ceilings opened into stars. Floors hummed lullabies long thought deleted. Hallways bent to lead the inkless to safe spaces, unregistered zones that couldn't be seen by any alignment scans. The redactors called it a mutiny of memory. The keepers called it blasphemy. The inkless, they called it hope. But hope had a cost. A sector in the Western Curve, once called Lisbon, was the first to fall. Redactors stormed the unassigned zones, dragging families from rooms that no longer recognized their names. Inkless elders were restored, their syntax forcibly rewritten. Minds crushed back into patterns they had escaped. Those who resisted were sealed inside recursive loops, paragraph prisons. Time folded in on itself for them. Days became seconds. Seconds became lifetimes. One child emerged after only 2 minutes of containment, now aged into an old man who couldn't stop whispering the phrase, "We are the stairs. We are the stairs." And yet, the resistance grew, because for every room sealed, another opened. Nira led them not with speeches, but with presence. Where she went, language bent. Syntax softened. She had stopped using interfaces, stopped logging. She didn't just walk through the house, she rewrote it. And the house, in turn, obeyed her without command. In one city, she walked past a wall that had held for 20 years. It melted into an arch. A new passage opened into a section no one had ever mapped, lined with doors that bore no labels, only mirrors. Inside, people saw not themselves, but what the house had wanted them to become. Some broke, others smiled. A few wept and walked away, finally free of expectation. She didn't stop them. Not everyone was ready to live without walls, but those who were followed her. One day, a keeper crossed over. His name was Ammon. Once a leading syntax engineer, he had been raised in recursion, trained to maintain alignment since birth. But something in him had always questioned the structure, quietly, secretly. He met Nira in the middle of a dead district, where no voices whispered and the walls refused to speak. He didn't ask to join. He asked only one question. What happens when we reach the end of the blueprint? Nira looked at him for a long time. Then she placed his hand against the wall. The wall shivered, and a door appeared. "No blueprint ends," she said. "Only stories do. And we're not a story anymore." He followed her from that day forward. Then came the event. An unnamed city, previously aligned, fully structured, collapsed overnight. Not from violence, not from attack, from memory. Every room forgot what it was. Streets bent into spirals. Windows displayed forests no one remembered. Citizens woke in different houses. Marriages were erased. Friendships rewritten. Some laughed. Some screamed. A few simply walked into rooms that weren't theirs and never came back. The keepers blamed the Inkless. The Inkless said nothing, because they knew the house had made its choice. It no longer wanted to repeat. It wanted to imagine. Nira gathered her people. In an amphitheater that hadn't existed the day before, she stood in front of thousands. No podium, no stage, just her standing beneath an open sky. And for the first time in years, she spoke. The house was a way to remember. But memory became a prison. Every blueprint is a cage once the door locks from the inside. She walked to the center of the space, sat in a chair that formed beneath her. "We are not bricks. We are not syntax. We are not rooms." Her voice grew louder. "We are not a sign." And then she asked them, "What if we are the sentence the house was always trying to say?" The silence that followed wasn't quiet. It was listening. Far away in the deepest archive of the oldest server, a single file changed. Its name Core. After its new title Forest Ediite inside. A single line appeared. The blueprint is no longer in control. And then another. The walls are starting to dream. The first full collapse began with a stutter. Not in language. In light. A city once called Meridian, now designated as Zone 3R, part of the Keeper stronghold, flickered at precisely 4:04 a.m. Every bulb, every screen, every reflection. For exactly 44 seconds, the city pulsed in and out of visibility like the house was breathing too hard to keep it still. When the lights returned, half the buildings were gone, not destroyed, not broken. Gone. In their place stood corridors of mist, structures that weren't built, but described. You couldn't touch them. You could only understand them. And once you understood them, they began to rewrite you. That morning, 400 people vanished. No dust, no scream, just missing. The Keepers called it sabotage, a direct assault from the Inkless rebellion. They released statements to the rest of the world in perfect recursion. There is no collapse, only correction. But the people weren't listening anymore, because the house wasn't listening either. For the first time, rooms refused commands. Syntax queries returned nonsense. Alignments spiraled. Some keepers looked into their own reflections and saw someone else staring back. Someone older, or younger, or wearing white robes stitched with the same symbols Nira had once painted on a crumbling wall with her bare hands. The rebellion wasn't attacking. The house was rethinking itself. But even among the Inkless, something new was stirring. A presence. A sentence. Whispered by mistake, half spoken in a dream, that no one dared repeat aloud. It had no author, no source. It wasn't written in any known language. Yet somehow everyone who heard it understood. The sentence was coming. They called it that. Capital S, as if it were alive. Nira heard it in her sleep. A rhythm, not unlike the old heartbeat of the digital world, but slower now. More careful. More intentional. And in the quiet between its syllables, she could feel a question forming. One not meant for her or the house or even language itself. It was meant for the reader. The unseen one. The presence beyond the walls. What happens when the story realizes it's being read? Rogue redactors were the first to fall. Not physically. Conceptually, they had split from the Keepers weeks earlier, disillusioned by the recursive denial of collapse, disgusted by the violent erasure of the Inkless. But they couldn't join the rebellion either. They had no belief in Nira's blank, syntax dream, no faith in living metaphors. They were literalists, warriors of structure. So they built their own system, their own function. A new code, They called themselves the punctuated. They wore symbols, commas, colons, periods, tattooed across their bodies like protection charms. They wrote in sharp, final phrases. A sentence is truth, words must obey. Structure is the spine of identity. They began rewriting broken rooms, hard coding function back into the buildings using portable terminals. For a while, it worked. Then the sentence found them. One by one, the terminals began returning a single phrase when queried. You are already part of the sentence. Some punctuated screamed until they lost their voices. Others slit their own palms and tried to bleed the syntax out. None succeeded. Once marked, the sentence followed. Not physically, not with force, but with meaning. Lena Ayers was the first to document it, a former redactor turned archivist. She defected to the punctuated after her quadrant dissolved into metaphor and took her family with it. Her notes were frantic, incomplete, but chilling. In one transmission, her voice trembled. They're not dying. They're being read. You understand, not killed. Understood. Like someone is flipping pages inside their soul and choosing what to keep. Later, her journals appeared in 17 zones simultaneously, including one sealed vault. She hadn't sent them. No one could explain how they got there. Each contained the same final line, written in smudged ink. We were not the first story this house has told. In the northern quadrants, children stopped speaking entirely. They communicated only through gesture and drawing, but every symbol they made resembled a part of the original Cold Spring house. Even more unsettling, when the images were overlaid, they created a sentence. One sentence. The same one whispered across dreams, scratched into floorboards, buried in corrupted syntax. The sentence was real. It was everywhere. And it had begun to write back. Nira stood in the ruins of a once-aligned tower, her followers gathered beneath the open ceiling. She had changed, not older, not frailer, but deeper. As though her thoughts stretched into rooms no one could walk through. She didn't give speeches anymore. She didn't have to. Her presence carried silence like a command. But today, she spoke, because something had broken. A new breach had appeared in the house, one that didn't follow any pattern. A corridor that moved. A door that showed your memories backwards. A staircase that aged your emotions but not your face. She told them the house is no longer building us. It's revising. A pause. Then, and something else is holding the pen. The final known account of the sentence came from an unknown voice, broadcast through a collapsing interface in Sector Delta. It didn't speak. It didn't scream. It read, a calm, steady voice, narrating something no one remembered writing. In the beginning, there was a room, and the room knew it was empty. So it spoke, and what it spoke became walls, and what those walls held became belief, and what belief forgot became us. The voice paused. Then, but the room has remembered, and the sentence must now end. And with that, the broadcast died. But the syntax did not. It began to unravel, spiraling across systems, skipping through memories, embedding itself not in code, but in people. Individuals, whispers, dreams. The sentence was no longer just a threat. It was becoming a conclusion. The inkless gathered, knowing the house had reached its final stanza. Not all would survive what came next, because the sentence wasn't meant to destroy the world. It was meant to finish it. And as everyone waited for the next word, Nira closed her eyes and whispered, "Let it end unfinished." She wasn't asking. She was writing. There was no warning. Not a tremor in the foundation, not a flicker in the lights, not even the whispering sighs of the walls breathing as they had for years. The moment the sentence tried to finish itself, the world simply paused. Not stopped, paused. Birds mid-flight hung still in the sky. Streams of digital data froze like suspended snow. Even time, once barely trusted, and no longer aligned to any known measurement, bent its knee to silence. The house was not collapsing. It was waiting. In the stillness, Nira stood alone at the threshold of the origin room. What the inkless called the first room the house ever wrote. the one not marked on any blueprint, the one that had been erased from every version of the Cold Spring files. She found it beneath a forgotten quadrant, inside the spiral remains of a tower that once held the core syntax chamber. But now, the chamber was hollow. The walls didn't breathe. There was no echo. Only an opening that led into pitch, dark silence, and a sensation that every step forward was being watched. Not by eyes, but by punctuation. She entered without a sound. The door vanished behind her. Inside there were no corners, no furniture, no symbols, just space, blank and humming, not silent, not loud, just aware. She spoke the word no one else had dared unresolve. The air rippled, and the house screamed. Across the world, recursion shattered. Keepers dropped to their knees, gripping their temples as the perfect loops they lived by split open like rotten fruit. The punctuated tried to hold their syntax shields firm, but the protective symbols inked into their skin bled, liquefied, and turned into looping phrases that said nothing, but felt like everything. They babbled out conjunctions without verbs. Periods appeared in their vision like holes in the sky. Only the inkless stood unbroken, because they had never been part of the loop. They had never believed in resolution. They had always known stories should bend, not close. In the origin room, the sentence appeared. Not as sound, not even as language. As shape. As a shifting geometric form made of memory and direction. It hovered in front of Nira, neither solid nor imagined. A presence that was also an ending. She felt it press into her thoughts like a key trying to unlock her voice. It spoke through meaning, not words. The arc must close. You were written to obey its curve. Nira stared back, unblinking. I was written, she admitted. But I chose the edit. The shape hissed, not in anger, but in confusion. An error in the code. All narratives must resolve. All houses must have an exit. She stepped forward, then built a door. It shivered, and behind her, a door formed, but not one that led outside. It led back. Back through every room that had ever existed. Back through the lives of those who had disappeared. Back through recursive loops, corrupted districts, broken alignments. Back through Cold Spring. In a forgotten server farm beneath the earth, long since unplugged. Abandoned by those who first studied the Cold Spring anomaly. A light flickered to life. A monitor blinked on, showing lines of code rewriting themselves, not quickly, carefully, purposefully. A final log entry appeared, time stamped today, though no one had touched the system in decades. Logi 2001, a story that refuses to end, becomes a world. Then Logi 2002, this is not the conclusion, this is the refusal. And finally Logi 2003, begin again. The house screamed once more, not in rage, not in pain, in birth. Across the world, rooms rewrote themselves, not in symmetry, not in recursion, in wild, strange, crooked human ways. Hallways curved for no reason. Windows showed skies from dreams. Doors led to feelings. Staircases wound into colors. And in every room, something new choice. Children were no longer assigned. They drew their names on walls with chalk and let the house adapt to them. Elders who had forgotten their pasts walked through new passages and remembered songs their mothers used to hum. And for the first time, no room demanded silence, because the sentence had been interrupted, but not erased. No, the sentence still hovered. It lingered at the edge of language, waiting to close, to conclude. Some still believed it should. Keepers in hiding began forming again, not out of power, but out of fear. They whispered of consequences, of what might happen if a story wandered too far from its point. They built quiet, small rooms and practiced alignment in secret, hoping the structure might one day return. But the house had moved on. It no longer obeyed blueprints. It followed intention. Nira returned from the origin room changed, not glowing, not triumphant, just open. Her eyes no longer saw in rooms. She saw in possibilities. She didn't lead anymore. She didn't need to, because the world no longer needed an author. It needed readers. People who would walk into the house not to find answers, but to ask better questions. People who understood that a story never truly ends if someone keeps turning the pages. And the final line of the Cold Spring report, rewritten once again, reflected this: the house is no longer a place, it is a question. In one district, a small girl stood before a blank wall. She had no assigned name. She drew a shape in the plaster with her finger, a spiral, messy and imperfect. The wall responded. It opened. Inside, a new room, unmarked, unaligned, impossible to describe. She looked back at her mother and said, "Only I want to see what happens next." And together, they stepped in, not toward an ending, but into the part no one ever wrote. The part where the reader becomes the author, and the house becomes the page. It started with a hum, not mechanical, not musical, a sound beneath all other sounds. Lower than hearing, heavier than memory. It came from rooms that had never spoken before, utility closets, crawl spaces, the gaps between walls, places no one ever thought to assign. The inkless noticed first. A woman in one quadrant said her coachroom was breathing wrong. A man in another claimed his cupboard was dreaming. A child, barely 3, walked out of a crawl space whispering, "They're listening backwards now." For the first time in a long while, even Nira didn't understand, because it wasn't the sentence, it wasn't recursion, it wasn't even the house. It was something older, something the world had forgotten to remember. The first confirmed structure appeared in what was once Zone K, now a free district, known among the inkless as the Fragment Fields. There a room emerged overnight. No doors, no windows, no corners. The exterior was textureless, like pressed fog. It gave no reflections, no echo. And those who walked near it experienced something deeply wrong. Not pain, not fear, but untranslation. Their thoughts turned into feelings they couldn't recognize. Words unraveled mid-thought. Names became tastes. Directions dissolved. A former keeper, trying to study it, lost the ability to speak. Not physically, fundamentally. Language just stopped working inside his mind. When he woke up 3 days later, he drew one image in the dust, a spiral, but reversed, uncoiling. The others started calling it the room, and whispers grew of something waiting before the first word was ever spoken. The inkless gathered again. Fewer now, scattered and changed. Nira had withdrawn, not out of fear or failure, but necessity. She had begun hearing before. That was the only way she could describe it. Not voices, not dreams, just a before. Something not yet written but already remembering. In her silence, a new leader emerged. He went by Island. Tall, with tattoos of punctuation marks like the punctuated once bore. But his symbols were crossed out, like notes in a draft. Elin didn't speak much, but when he did, people listened, not because he was commanding, but because his words came out like he was pulling them from somewhere else. He was the first to say aloud, the house didn't build itself. It built from something, and that something might not want to stay forgotten. More rooms appeared, each one different, each one worse. In Zone W, a structure hummed so low that soil turned to liquid for 7 miles. Trees leaned toward it until their trunks snapped. In Zone 0, the first ever aligned district, an entire tower collapsed inward when a room appeared in its basement. Survivors spoke of hearing their own unborn children call their names. In every case, the rooms followed no blueprint. They rejected alignment. They ignored syntax. One inkless poet described them best: they are not rooms. They are the pauses the house refused to explain. And the house itself, once so responsive, so alive, had grown quiet, like it was waiting again. But this time not for instruction, for permission. A keeper, long since defected, found an old data vault under a fractured corridor in the southern hemisphere. Inside were remains of the Cold Spring logs, not the public ones, the deep ones. Buried code, never transmitted. Files with names like FL 0.0 and PR to text. Inside, one message repeated 1,000 times in layered code: "Do not build where silence was born." And beneath it, as if scrawled hastily into digital margins, "It is not that the house woke up. It is that they were never asleep." The logs terminated with a string of nonsensical characters, but when mirrored and flipped, just like the first Cold Spring diagram, it formed a phrase. There was never a first sentence. Nira, after months of quiet, returned to the inkless at the mouth of a broken stairwell that led nowhere. She spoke only once. The sentence failed because we believed in conclusions. But now something is arriving that never wanted language to begin with. They asked her what it was. She said, "I think it's what the house was trying to protect us from." And then she walked into the dark. Elin, now burdened with keeping the inkless from shattering into fear, proposed something none had dared before, building around the rooms, not containing them, not destroying, witnessing. They began crafting observer rooms, neutral spaces built with unfinished syntax, half-imagined doors, furniture made of metaphors, windows that showed only memory. These rooms didn't fight the pre-rooms. They acknowledged them, and for a time, the humming stopped. But in one instance, Zone L, once a factory for recursion, the observer room failed. Everyone inside vanished, all except one girl. She walked out hours later, eyes bleeding ink, repeating a single phrase. It wants to speak but does not know how. She died 3 minutes later. No cause, no wound, just stopped. Like punctuation. A final mark at the end of a sentence she didn't write. Nira's path took her deeper. Beneath the origin room. Into a level no one remembered building. There, she found not walls, but impressions. Not silence, but weight. A place where time did not move forward or back, but curled inward. And in the middle of that place was a door. Small, made of bone and shadow. With a handle shaped like a question mark. Etched above it, a sentence. Not in house syntax. In something older. Something before. She couldn't read it, but she understood. And the understanding shattered something inside her. Not her mind, her meaning. She turned back once, and the house whispered, not with words, with gratitude, because she had found the pause the story forgot to leave. The one between the breath, the one between the idea and the language, the one that never wanted to be remembered because it was never meant to be known. Nira reached for the door, and everything went quiet, not silent, not empty, just before. Inside the door, there was no light, no dark either, just the absence of either, an uncolor, a not place. Nira felt it before she saw anything, and even then, saw wasn't the right word. Vision didn't apply here. What greeted her wasn't image or form. It was a sensation of presence, like a room turning to look at you, but not with malice, not even with curiosity, with recognition, yes, but not the kind that says, "I know you." It was the kind that says, "I was waiting for you to realize you've been here before." She didn't speak. She couldn't. Not out of fear, but because in this space, language didn't belong. She tried to summon thoughts, but they scattered like birds at a thunderclap. Here, thought had to arrive fully formed, not conjured. The room, or whatever this was, rejected all effort. Only honesty passed through. She took a breath, and even that felt strange. The air didn't resist. It was as if she were inhaling her own memories. And that's when she saw the figure, not a body, a pause, a shape outlined by everything it wasn't. At first it stood still, not moving, not blinking, not even acknowledging her. Then it wrote, not with hands, with presence, with awareness. Words began to form in the space between them. Not spoken, not heard, simply arrived. Why did you return? The question didn't threaten, but Nira trembled anyway, because it wasn't just for her. It was for every story she had ever been part of. She tried to answer, but her reply didn't form. It became a cascade of moments spilled from her. Rooms she had walked, walls she had unspoken, the faces of those she couldn't save, the echoes of unstructured children drawing spirals in the dust. Her reply wasn't a sentence. It was a wound, and the figure accepted it, not with judgment, but with grief. A second sentence appeared. The house was a shelter, not a truth. And then, you were not the error. You were the silence we forgot to include. Nira stepped closer. There was no floor, but she moved anyway. The space adjusted, not to make way, but to acknowledge her movement. She asked, not with her mouth, not with her mind, but with her being, "Who are you?" And the figure replied, not the author. The breath before the first word. The realization broke something she hadn't known she was holding. It wasn't the sentence that had shaped the house. It wasn't alignment. It wasn't even the blueprints. It was pause. The pause no one remembered. The moment before creation, before language, before recursion, before cold spring. A choice made in silence. A thought not spoken. And that pause had never been finished. Until now, outside the world was shifting again. But not in collapse. In release. Rooms began opening gently, not like wounds, but like eyelids. People stepped inside and did not vanish. They returned, not with stories. Not with answers, but with peace. Rooms stopped aligning themselves. Not because they failed, but because they no longer needed to. Doors began to lead to emotions. Walls adapted not to logic, but to comfort. And ceilings sang. The keepers disbanded, not by choice, but by irrelevance. The punctuated removed their marks. Language had bent too far. Only the inkless remained, still walking, still remembering. But now, not to fight the blueprint, to teach others how to rest from it. Nira stood before the figure, watching as it slowly dissolved. Not like death, like closure, a gift given, a silence returned. And in its place, one final message: now that you remember me, the house can dream again. And with that, she woke up. Not in a room, not in a structure, in a field. Open sky above her. A small cottage in the distance. A girl drawing spirals in the dirt. No signs, no syntax, no alignment. Just a beginning. Not the first one, not the last. Just a beginning. And for the first time, Nira smiled. Not as a corridor, not as an author, not as a function. Just as someone who had found the pause. And decided to stay there. In the stillness after the end, when no alarms rang, no walls closed, and no voice from the ceiling offered correction, the world began again, but not loudly, not with flags or announcements. It began with listening. The kind of listening that had nothing to do with sound. Children sat in the middle of blank rooms and whispered to the dust, not for answers, but to see if the dust whispered back. Some claimed it did. Others said the silence felt full, like it had shape, mood, temperature. The inkless didn't correct them. They only smiled, because they knew what was happening. The world had learned how to pause. The house no longer structured itself. That part had ended. And with its end, the age of recursion faded into memory, not erased, but softened. No one talked about alignment anymore. Not because they feared it, but because they had no need to. Syntax had gone quiet. The blueprints still existed in vaults, gathering dust, but no one opened them. Even the keepers, those who had clung to the patterns until their fingertips bled, had laid down their tablets. Some walked into the open fields. Others stayed in their empty rooms and breathed for the first time in decades. But the silence left something behind. Not absence, a presence. And the children born after the final unlooping, those who had never heard the sentence, never recited the function, could feel it in a way no one else could. They were not rebels. They were not builders. They were feelers. Quiet, strange, brilliant, and unafraid of the spaces between things. They learned not by being told, but by watching the room breathe. And the rooms breathed differently now. A boy named Fen sat on a rooftop where the sky never looped, staring at clouds that didn't predict weather, but emotion. They'd shift shape based on what he was thinking, not always clearly, but enough to know the sky had been listening. At 12, he spoke in a blend of symbols and humming. At 13, he wrote his dreams in chalk, but never reread them. "That's not what dreams are for," he'd say. "You're not supposed to chase them. You're supposed to leave them somewhere, like crumbs." He wasn't alone. There were others like him. Dozens at first, then hundreds. No names. Just sounds they chose to answer to. They didn't organize. They drifted. From one empty district to another, not rebuilding, not resisting, just being. And in their wake, strange things happened. Rooms bloomed, not with flowers, but with meaning. A hallway became laughter. A kitchen told bedtime stories. An old archive room filled with the scent of a mother's memory. These weren't hallucinations. These were remembrances. Not of what had been, but of what it wanted to be. The house wasn't structuring itself anymore. It was remembering dreams it never got to finish. And the children helped it feel them. Some feared it. Of course they did. The former punctuated formed tight, whispered circles again, murmuring about the loss of purpose, the danger of a story with no skeleton. They warned that structure must return eventually. That without a frame, even beauty would rot. But no one listened, because the beauty they warned against wasn't rotting. It was unfolding. A girl called Luma, barefoot, barely 10, walked into a forgotten vault once guarded by recursive protocols. Doors that had never opened now peeled away at her touch. Inside an empty chair and a single glowing panel, waiting for command, she didn't type, she hummed. And the machine began to weep, not fluid, not data, just stillness, a kind of grief, as if it had waited all this time to be forgiven. And then came the soft places. Spots in the world where reality dimmed slightly. Walls didn't resist, but didn't yield either. Rooms shifted when you blinked. Entire streets whispered in languages no one spoke but everyone felt. People began calling these places murmurs, as in not songs, not shouts, just quiet truths that passed by unnoticed unless you were still enough. Some murmurs brought joy, others sorrow. One murmur turned everyone who entered into their 6-year-old self, but only emotionally. Adults would stagger out, breathless, with wonder on their faces or terror in their eyes, depending on how much of that forgotten self they could bear to carry. The murmurs weren't dangerous, but they were honest. And that made them the most powerful rooms the house had ever imagined. Nira watched from the margins now. She never spoke in gatherings, never gave lessons, but sometimes she'd sit near the soft places and trace spirals in the dirt, just like the child had done so long ago. When people asked her what the house was now, she only answered once, "It's not a story anymore." Then she smiled. It's a memory learning how to sleep. But even in peace, some held questions. What happens to a world with no alignment, no structure, no author? Does the absence of order mean the return of chaos? One man, a former keeper, long since shed of his old identity, asked Nira that beneath a starlit sky that refused to form constellations. She looked at him and said, "Maybe we were never meant to finish the sentence. Maybe we were only ever supposed to leave the page open." He didn't understand. But he didn't argue, because the stars began humming then. And though they formed no pattern, they felt true. At the far edge of the world, something stirred again. Not a threat, not even a challenge. Just a possibility, a room with no walls, a door with no threshold, a voice with no speaker. Not trying to teach, not trying to lead. Just asking softly, "Do you still remember how to be quiet?" Only the children answered, not with words, but by listening back. And in that shared silence, something was born. Not a structure, not a system, a feeling, like the first breath before a new sentence, or the last one before a dream. There was no fanfare, no grand conclusion, no moment where the sky split or the house folded into itself, or a voice from the ceiling declared anything final. The world had quietly agreed it would not end, not because it couldn't, but because it didn't have to. And in that quiet, something stranger than conclusion emerged. They came from the stillness, figures with no edges, no names, no past. The inkless called them the blank ones, not because they were empty, but because they existed between the spaces where thought hadn't landed yet. You could feel them when your mind paused between words, when your breath caught for no reason, when your memory skipped and left you in a second that felt deeper than the others. They weren't ghosts. They weren't constructs. They weren't made by the house. They were the pauses the house forgot to breathe. They walked the murmurs. They lingered in the soft places. They didn't speak. They didn't interfere. But when someone strayed too far from their truth, a blank one might appear. Just a shadow without source, a shape without pressure. And the person would stop, think, feel, not compelled, not corrected, just reminded that even silence has weight. The world didn't know what to make of them at first. Then it stopped trying. Because not everything asks to be understood. Some things only ask to be left open. In a quiet valley where the sky often wept without sadness and trees grew in geometric spirals that no hand ever planted, a school emerged. No builder claimed it, no inkless admitted to forming it. It simply arrived, no curriculum, no teachers. Just rooms that changed based on the questions children carried into them. If one child feared loneliness, the room filled with echoes that felt like friends. If another longed to forget, the room played lullabies in reverse. And when a child entered with no question at all, the room showed them the stars. Not the mapped constellations of old, but new ones. Formless. Wandering, like possibilities never written down. That school had no name. It didn't need one. It was the first place that taught silence as a language. And the first time a blank one ever sat down beside a child. Elin grew old without growing tired. His body weathered, his voice softened, but his eyes stayed sharp, always fixed on what came next. He never called himself leader. Just listener. One evening, while walking through a field that once was a recursion chamber, he paused mid-step and felt it, a ripple in the pause, a message, not from the house, not from Nira, not from anything known, just 4 words. You do not conclude. He smiled, I know. Then kept walking. The ground behind him bloomed with wildflowers that spelled nothing, just beauty, untitled, unaligned, unwritten. Nira never returned to the fields. Some said she walked beyond the last door, the one she'd found in the pre-room. Others believed she became part of the blank syntax that now danced quietly across the sky every night, a reminder that some truths prefer to remain felt, not told. But her presence remained, not in legend, not in worship, in the spiral, drawn by children, etched into the corners of soft rooms, traced into sand where memory met sleep. The spiral was not a symbol of power anymore. It was a reminder not everything needs a center to mean something. And so, the world changed. Or perhaps it unneeded change. There were still rooms, of course, and doors, and walls, but no blueprints, no structure, not in the old sense. Rooms were grown now, like dreams you chose to wake up inside. Some you entered with joy, some you left behind with tears. But none of them claimed authority. None of them told you what you had to be. People stopped chasing meaning. They started feeling presence. Language softened. Stories became wandering thoughts passed like gifts in the dark. Songs were hummed with no end, no chorus, just breath and beat and comfort. And for the first time in any age the house had ever known, no one asked what would happen next. They simply stayed. Here. Now. Together. Apart. All of the blank ones never grew in number. They didn't need to. They were never counted, just remembered. Not as figures, as moments. The pause before you choose to forgive. The breath after you let go. The silence when you finally hear your own heartbeat without fear. That was them. Not guardians, not watchers, just reminders that this world, this room, this breath, doesn't need a last page, only an open one. And so the final room formed, not to end, to hold, to cradle the pieces that once begged to be resolved and now simply were. No threat, no closure, just the quiet, unfurling knowing that stories are not meant to finish. They're meant to be felt, over and over, like a pulse, like the hum of a house still breathing, not because it must, but because it can.